Yo, what is going on? Good morning. We have less than a minute before the open. Check out the game plan on the left side. I will go over the news and the earnings for the day here in a second. We'll let it open up, and over the next 5-10 minutes, I'll go over the news and updates for the day. Good morning, though. Drop a like on the stream. Share the stream link around. All that good stuff. You guys know how it is. And yeah, we're just waiting on the open right now. Maybe I do want it wider than that. Alright, so here we are getting a slightly higher open. We're already over the previous day high supply, so the main concern is, do we continue holding this? But we are very close to hitting 420s. After really holding on yesterday to the 415, 416s and pushing over the 417s, it's a very good sign that buyers did want to try to push back towards 420s at least. If you go to the bigger time frame chart, we're actually exiting the bigger shoulder from the underside now, which we just broke that. Went under it. Looked like we were going to get a nice just retest or, in an indecisive trading. End up getting a nice hammer. Today we get a higher open. So right now, not only on the smaller time frames with those 417s, 420 area, but also on the bigger time frames, you can see this area here is very important. So if we get any kind of like pullbacks that end up getting buyers, I won't be surprised. But I would not expect a lot of movement today, guys. Before a lot of the news comes out, I'm going to read out why here in a second. So today, and again, you can go to Financial Juice. It's probably the best news source that's free. You can also go to briefing.com. I would say this is a secondary, amazing news website that's also free. You get amazing updates that actually make sense. They read it out to you in English. It's not in some random language. And then earnings, another free website. I would check out savvytrader.com. It's a really awesome website. Bunch of really cool names. It's really easy to look at. You can just hover over the names, see the different details, of course, for the earnings. But really cool. And yeah, we got Apple tomorrow. We got PayPal today, QCOM, AB&B. Had a couple this morning already. But yeah, I would definitely check out each of those websites. I'll read out the news as it comes out, of course. But today is pretty important because you have the rate statement and POWELL today. These are really the big ones. But you do have other numbers coming out beforehand, so just kind of be aware that there is a lot of news coming out just at different points today. It's not just happening, just this morning and then the end of the day. It's a couple parts of the day, so be very careful. I would say today is a risk-off day. If you read my weekly watch list, you can see that we had a risk-off day today because there is so much stuff going on. It's not, anything you should be trying to tangle with. So trade smart today, trade light, sit cash if you need to. It's totally fine. It's nothing wrong with sitting cash. But that is the update today. That is everything we're looking out for. But make sure you share the stream link around. Drop a like on the stream. We definitely appreciate it. We're going to be here all day till the market close. If you guys have any questions or anything you want to add, drop it in the chat. Yak said AMD go boom. Misi said SPX held the control point of current day open to previous day close. Chuck said my out of the money AMD contract is getting shafted. Yeah, Apple taking a dump it open, Microsoft pumping it open. So you got your top 2 tech weights going in opposite directions from the open. Nvidia moving higher. So your tech sector should be slightly green. Amazon holding new highs. Tesla pulling back. So you got their 2 top weights also going in opposite directions. Google and Meta moving higher. That's a good sign. That means XLC is probably going to be strong again today. Healthcare hammering, financial stabilizing, and discretionary pulling back from open, but they're at their previous day highs right now, so we'll see if Tesla and Amazon can hold them there or not. But yeah, good morning to everybody. Be sure to share the stream link around, drop a like on the stream. It helps out the channel a ton. Make sure to read the game plan over on the left side there. Already typed it out this morning. Today I did something different. I don't know if I'll keep doing this or not, but I would love to try to do this more. But on mornings where I'm here a little bit earlier, I think I'm going to try to just join that Discord call, and I'll just go in there and we'll do some pre-market prep. Because this morning we typed everything live. We kind of cleaned up, did some chart maintenance on what we have in front of us from SPY all the way down to UNH. So we cleaned all that up live in the Discord, and we went over a couple things, but that was about it. Went over news for the day, but everything that we're going to do in here today. But yeah, I don't know if I'll do that more or not, but I would like to do that more. For anybody in the Discord who likes to, you know, chill around there early morning. I know some people are in there before market opens because they're not at work yet, but then market opens and then by that time they're at work, so could be a good window to give them some info as well. Shop over previous day high to first target. IWM rejecting previous day open and then bounced right off as it hit supply, heading back down towards previous day open. Good call out Zaytoven. Good morning, everybody. How did you all sleep? Did you guys sleep all right? Make sure to listen to what I said. Today is a risk off day. Don't be that person that's like, I should have just listened and I ended up blowing my account today. I don't know why I traded on a day that's full of news. Yeah, I don't know why you did either. So don't be that person today. If you end up taking trades today, be light. Be aware. We went over all the different times for the news, what the different news was. We went over earnings. Just got to pay attention. I slept great, honestly, and then I woke up like really dumb early. So I jogged to the gas station, jogged on the way back. It's very cold outside this morning. I was like, the Texan in me was like, oh, I can take this. It's only like 50 degrees out here, 55. And then I like got back, the sun was coming up, and I looked at my computer and I was like, it's below 40 degrees out here. What the hell is my problem? I was like, no wonder I was so cold. But the jog was nice. It kind of kept me warm. Kind of woke me up a little bit. So hopefully that gives me energy to push through all the way to the end of the stream. Because I'm not going to lie, I do really good up until about lunchtime. And then I've reviewed my own streams and I just go blank. I'm like, I'm so tired. And then I'll still do call outs and stuff. It's just like in my head, I'm like, oh, we already got 2 or 3 good moves. We already called them out. I don't really need to update anything else. So then from there on, I just kind of cover lazy like updates like, oh guys, Apple and Microsoft are moving higher. That should push QQQ and maybe SPY. We'll see, unless there's a, you know, existential SPY sector pushing it lower. Apple coming back alive. Microsoft still pushing higher. That's going to definitely bring a green candle onto the market. Apple and Microsoft are on the same page. Now, if we can get Amazon and Tesla on the same page, that would be a good sign. If Google and Meta can continue doing what they're doing, that'd be a good sign. If banks can hold, that's a good sign. These, again, all good signs for bulls, not bears. Short term, this is all intraday updates. Right now, guys, I would look to see if you get a just better hold, honestly. A better hold of this previous day high supply. I'm going to update that in my Discord as well. I'm going to let everybody know. I said SPY/SPX, watching to see if bulls keep control of previous day highs. Risk reward is for bulls until we see a break of previous day high supply. So essentially you should be bullish until we see that highlighted area break. But what do we have here, everybody? What is this candle pattern here at open? I want to see everybody get this right. I've gone over this so much over the past few days. What is this pattern right here? What do these two candles represent on the 5-minute time frame? I want to see everybody get this right. I've gone over this a ton. We did a big video on it. We did a bunch of breakdowns on it over the past couple weeks. I want to see everybody get this right. Yes, yes, yes. I'm seeing nothing but correct answers. That's what I wanted to see. Yes, we have an inside bar. And what does this represent? Can anybody tell me? You know, everybody says squeeze. This and that, but what does that mean? What the hell does that mean, squeeze? What does that mean? What is the chart telling us? Indecision, exactly. Indecision. The chart doesn't know where it wants to go. So we need to get other information. What's going on in this chart right now? We have indecision above previous day high supply. So right now you should probably be like 55 to 60% bullish, maybe 40, 45% bearish, you know. Definitely a little bit more bullish because of the higher open, the hold over the previous day high supply. But what's going to give you that extra increase of probability? What's going to really push you into, oh, okay, this is going this direction most likely? A break of that inside bar, a break of that indecision, a confirmation of that indecision, right? So if we were going to push and they broke 418.74 and 418.65, what is this most likely wanting to do? Push into that previous day high supply, maybe go fill that overnight gap. What do they want to try to do if they end up holding over 419.09? They want to push towards the high of day. What if they break this? Then they want to work towards 420s again. And that's right there. All you have to do to plan around the inside bar. If you guys want to check out the complete breakdown of how to actually break down an inside bar, how to chart, how to trade it, all kinds of things from the daily all the way down to the smaller time frames, you can check out one of our most recent videos. Where am I at? Here we are. How to chart and trade the inside bar, Bueller Buy style. So if you want to check that out, be my guest. But yes, everybody, correct. An inside bar. I'm proud of you all. But I wanted to go over that because it gives you a hell of a lot more information than, oh, it's squeezing. Yeah, but what the hell does that mean? It's indecisive, right? So that means you need more confirmation. We need context, right? What's the context? We're over the previous day high supply. We had a higher open. All right. So I'm just maybe a hair more bullish than bearish. And then what gets me that extra? The continued confirmation of that indecision. If we get a close over or a close under, whatever it is. But the fact this is popping up at a crucial spot means a move is coming, correct? Who said that? Sylvia said that. Yes, correct. A move is coming. Now, does that mean we're going to get a large move? No, we have no idea. This could mean they have enough energy to go down to here, fill the overnight gap, bounce. That could mean they'd go up to here, reject. Go up to here, go to the next level. We have no idea. We take it step by step, level by level, zone by zone. We're not going to walk too far ahead of ourselves here. But yes, correct answers, everybody. Very happy that all of you got that right. And you don't have to actually draw the levels if you don't want to. It does kind of cluster up the chart. But that's how you should visually see that. That's how you should see that breakdown. Which right now it actually looks like bulls are trying to hold higher. Let's go to the 1 minute. I just want to see what that looks like. So you had your inside bar. And they just kind of indecisive candle, hammer, indecisive candle that closed over. And they're getting the push into 419.40. Alright, sorry, I had to go check something. Alright, so another indecisive candle closing. They did get a slight close over that little inside candle there, but that's not really anything special. Especially because of the candle that was posted. Long legs, small body. Very just indecisive open we have here. So again, kind of adding to my point, it might be a risk-off morning. Might be a risk-off day in general due to the amount of news. It's very crucial news too. It's not just boring stuff. Yeah, I would just be chilling right now. You could get quick dumps, quick pumps from here. And then you're going to be like, well, my TA was all wrong. Yeah, because you're literally trading fucking 16 minutes after the open. Like, relax. Give yourself some stability. Give yourself some structure of the intraday chart first. Can you get some really big percentages at the open? Yeah, duh. Should you always go to aim for that? No. Not every day. And I know a lot of you have been trading the first 30 minutes through the first hour of the day, so I don't want to see half of you in here going, oh, I took another trade. Guys, just calm down. You're going to get more opportunity. The market's not going anywhere. Literal wars can start, and we will still have the stock market. EMPH is still dumping. Man, I told y'all, don't touch that shit yet. That trash is not ready yet. Wait until you see... Alright, so somebody asked me, when should we get into EMPH? And I was letting them know, like, not yet. You need to see more basing. This chart does not have more basing yet. Look, I even have my breakdown right here. We want to see who bought here or here. But the chart I was representing, though, was this one. Which this is a horrible example in terms of long-term, because clearly it just kept falling. But this is a good example of what you'd want to see, though. You'd want to see not just kind of a rounding move here. You want to see some higher lows. You want to see some basing at the same lows. You want to see more of this before you get any of the large spikes up. You're going to have these moves happen. They're going to happen. You're going to miss some of them. Who gives a shit? Stop going for those. Go for the higher lows. Go for those better dollar cost average spots when you're looking at a company that you actually want to get into. This one isn't one of those companies. It's just a good chart example. But that's what you should want to see if you're someone who's interested in getting the MPH. Because, like right here, they had a really good one going, right? And that's why a lot of people got trapped here, because they actually set it up correctly. They set it up to where it was kind of a rounding move. They could have set this up to where if a double bottom was set here or a higher low, they could be working up through 140s right now, but they didn't. They had all that news come out. Solar, of course, just in general, all started tanking. So I would personally wait on that one a lot longer, because there could have been two buying opportunities right there that would have already hurt you. But guys, we are getting a slightly higher close on the inside bar here. I said IB's working out now. See if it holds. 419.85 to 420 is above. Then we have every dollar up from here, there, given today's news. Up from there, given today's news. I don't know why that sounded weird. Alright, they pretty much smacked 419.80s. We'll see if they continue to hold above the initial inside bar we had here at open. That's again only on the 5 minutes, so that's as short-term intraday of price action / info as you can get. That's not going to be anything that's long-lasting. I don't want anyone to think when I draw that stuff, it's like, oh guys, we're about to pump 6% today. No. It's just good initial info. It looks like all of our updates are working so far. We just talked about us potentially being in slightly more bullish control. It looks ugly, but slightly more bullish. Now we're getting a continued move of that. Now we're looking to see, can we get a continued hold or a continued move over 419.85, which we did just perfectly smack right there. Cool. Good post by Creator Trades on the trade floor too. Very nice breakdown. Alright. See what else is going on. Discord seems to be alright. Amazon got filled, go call out creator. Data came in line. Next data is in 13 minutes, which is the Jolt's job opening, which may make for a bigger move, so just be mindful. Thank you, E. That was a beautiful update. I think I was reading that a little late. He said 13 minutes. I probably read that a little bit late. It's probably in about 8 minutes now. 7 or 8 minutes. Thank you, E. That was a very nice update. Green candlestick said VIX also dropping, currently at 1743. And yeah, I'm reading all of those a little bit late. But how is everyone? What are you guys all looking at? Are you guys trading anything today? Are you expecting just to sit cash and just kind of review today's price action, given today's heavy amount of catalyst? What's everyone up to, though? Data dump soon. Here we go. Here we go. I'll pull up Financial Juice when it's time. Oh, yeah, you weren't kidding. We got a couple things coming out at the same time. You got Jolt job openings, ISM manufacturing PMI. Got a couple oranges, so those aren't as important, but they're coming out at 9 as well. And then all the bigger news is kind of towards the middle end of today. I wouldn't be surprised, given how the news is laid out, if you did get a move kind of going after this news comes out, going into kind of the middle of the day, and then towards the middle of the day is probably where it gets a little bit boring. It just starts to range trade or trying to find its stability, and then it's getting ready for the rest of the bigger news that's coming out later. So I think that's what we're going to see today. But you guys know me, I don't like to guess. We just try to think about different scenarios that could possibly happen, and then we play whatever happens. We don't sit here and try to play a guessing game. When the news comes out, I'll try to also give it a little bit after and then read a brief update of each piece of news. Thank you, briefing.com. Just mentals today, watching Spine working, just watching for right now. American Airlines bouncing off some strong resistance. What's up, paper hands? Listening and watching, busy with work today, sitting cash likely. That's very smart. Mental, unless something catches my eye. I like that, I like that. Getting mental reps as long as you can. I'm watching mental trading. Good stuff. Okay, so everybody seems to be on the same page. Randomly, somebody's going to type, I'm in Poots. Alright, so what do we have right here, guys? If we were to hold... Let me ask you another trick question, I guess. Not really a trick question, but... So we had the inside bar, right? Then we broke higher. So that's kind of like a 40% entry in a way, right? If we were to hold 419.37, what could that be seen as? If we were to hold this with any kind of pressure, I mean, you're kind of holding it right now, but if you're to continue to hold this, what could this be seen as? Exactly, an 80% entry, a potential retest. Well, bulls have already taken over. What you would be seeing at that point, paper hands, just kind of going off how you were wording it, they've already taken over. What you'd be seeing if they continued to hold 419.37 is a continued control of the day's open. You already have them in control. As soon as they opened higher, they're in control. They're over previous day high supply. A continued hold of that, great. They had an inside candle. Slight move over, slight push up to the very first level outside of that. Now, if we can continue to see a hold of this area or a push over 419.85s, those are both bullish. If we see a break of this, this can bring us back into range. If they break this, this can bring us back into previous day high supply, making things a little bit more sticky. Exactly, a short-term retest. Yes, great answers, everybody. Nothing but great answers today. You love to see it. And I'm sorry if I sound like I'm repeating questions, guys. I know some of you have probably already got this. You don't have to worry about answering me. This is for people who might not know or people who still need to go over this. So I'm sorry if I'm repetitive, but some people still need it. And don't feel the need to answer if you yourself are someone who is definitely a seasoned BB trader. I appreciate you just kind of sitting quiet and letting someone else try to answer, because that gives them a chance of trying to be part of it, trying to help out, trying to learn. Because this shit's not easy. You're not going to get it all in one day. You're not going to be comfortable with it even after you do get it down. So it's all about kind of learning the routine, seeing the path ahead of you, and then sticking to it until you're, one, more confident with it, but also comfortable with it. You know, being able to fully understand what you're going for, regardless of the strategy, regardless of what you're going for, my strategy or who else's or whatever. You know, it's just nice to focus on it and then have a path ahead. And that's what the system brings. Structure and stability. It's probably my new slogan. God, every time we have a new level here, it's like $2.50 up. This one's up another couple bucks. So could have a nice move. Like I said, aim for every dollar after you get a break of this level here. I wouldn't be super greedy today if you are trading. I'm probably going to sit cash today. I'll probably see you up until about the rate decision time, see what kind of structure we have. Or if I see something pop out, kind of like you guys. If I see something pop up, I might take it and go light. But nothing crazy yet. That helps a lot. Glad to help, man. Alexis said, watching Netflix for possible poots if it keeps rejecting 41620. You see what Alexis did there? He gave himself a plan. He said he's watching Netflix. He's going to maybe get puts if it continues to reject 41620. So if he continuously sees more bearish pressure pickup under that level, he's in. And guess what happens if it breaks back above that level? He's out. It's an invalidation point. Only watching. Good. Hassan, what's up, man? He said, I have been trading for the past 3 years, and despite my best efforts, I find myself struggling to be consistent. I've been break-even for 3 years now, which, actually, you know, it's kind of crazy, too, and I tell my community this all the time, Hassan, and don't take this as, like, I'm attacking you or anything. No, I speak to everyone when I say this. When you have only a few years of, you know, trading under your belt, you're still really young in the game. Like me, I've been here for 4 or 5 years. I'm still a guppy. I'm still a rookie. I'm still nothing. I'm still a small child to the market. I'm nothing, right? So, and it's kind of funny because, like, in your head, you're like, wow, 3, 5, 10 years, this is a long amount of time. But in the grand scheme of things in the market, it's really not, you know? So, in a way, give yourself a chance, you know, give yourself more time. You know, if you've been able to be break-even for 3 years, I would like to think you've learned something along the way. Not only learn something along the way, but maybe even pick up a little bit of resiliency. You know, you might be able to take a hit and continue on to the next trade, which is something not a lot of people can do. They take a trade, they see a loss, they start to sweat, they want to walk away, they let it become something worse. So, in a way, I mean, kind of complimenting you, but also in a way, you know, give yourself more time. It's all about finding a routine, sticking to it, giving yourself that stability. Yeah, it's a data dump right now, Creator. There's all kinds of news coming out right now. I'll pull it over right now. You had this number release, looks slightly positive. This number is releasing, it's updating, and this number is releasing, as well as this number. So you had 4 numbers come out. In 30 minutes, you have another number coming out, and then that'll be it until the bigger news comes out. Again, this is all kind of just small potatoes up until about this one here, which they are important numbers. I think people hear me wrong when I say that they are, but if you compare them to the other numbers coming out, they're not. So that's why we're, again, focused on this, not this. But yeah, you do seem to have a lot of your data coming out already. Let me refresh this. That one number's not loading. Let me see if it loads now. Yep, there it is. All right, cool. So yeah, you got mixed data coming out across different, across the different data dumps happening. It's not just one. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Be sure to drop a like on the stream. It definitely helps out the channel a ton. You guys are getting the channel insanely close to 6K. It was crazy. Like, it felt like just a couple months ago we hit 5K. And it's all thanks to you guys. Well, they've tried to push 420. They pushed through it a little bit, wicked it. This next 5-minute candle has a slightly lower open. If you see that little bit of difference between the previous candle's close and this candle's open, it's now pushing back into the 419 area. So we'll see if it ends up cracking what was the inside bar of the first candle of the day, where we had a little bit of indecision, a little bit of a push up into resistance, and now we're getting a little bit of seller control there. So we'll see if they end up pushing this down and breaking anything, or do they end up holding here? Yeah, those obesity pills need to quit trending. That shit's stupid. Appreciate you, Adam. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Paperhand said, most educational group I've ever found by far. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I strive for that shit. I really do. Excuse my language. Appreciate you, Zaytoven. We saw the same thing. Love it when that happens. Hey, man, if you're saying the same thing as Zaytoven, that's a good thing. And same thing for Alexis, Zay. You know, if you're saying the same thing as Alexis, like both of you, really good job. Because I know both of you guys have been looking at this stuff pretty heavily. Tesla's below previous day high supply. What are you guys looking at? I'll look at a different ticker. We'll get off SPY. You guys are probably tired of me looking at that one. Apple lower high seems to be pushing back down under today's open. Microsoft seems to be basing out. I wouldn't necessarily say it's bearish. Could be seen as a bullish rectangle until proven otherwise. Yeah, range bound most likely. Remember what I said at the beginning of the stream? I said I wouldn't be surprised if we got one move, regardless of going up or down, and then we probably range after the data dump, of course, like E said, into the better data dump, into the more important, crucial data. So we'll see when all that comes out, do we get better reactions to the market? But I would not be surprised if we made nice moves to the downside and the upside to keep us in whatever range, whatever chart you're looking at's in. So like in SPY's case, that would be previous day high supply, so this area here, and then whatever next level's above, so 421 or 422, whatever you want to call that. So maybe they make a move up to 421, maybe they hit 422, but overall they're probably going to keep us in between here and the next level. So that's what we're kind of focused on right now. Don't get too far ahead of yourself today. This is not one of those days that you need to play guessing. Don't do that. What is up, Timmy? He said, good morning, I'm late, but I see I'm still early. Yeah, we're just kind of talking about how today is most likely a risk-off day, just due to how much data was coming out already this morning. We have POWELL, the rate decision with FOMC later, excuse me. And then, yeah, Apple earnings tomorrow after hours, I believe. And then we should be fine beyond that. Oh my god, I just opened my video editor. Son of a gun. Hold up, this will go away in a second. Oh wait, you might not even be able to see that. Oh, nope, you definitely see that. Hold up. Alright, it's gone now. My shitty video editor. There it is, guys. I just entered super cheap 410 put, tomorrow's expiration. That was daffy. I said still fighting 420s, and then I said I'm going to chill on updates today since I'm streaming all day, as well as the amount of news coming out later on. This move so far was nice for anyone who liked the slightly bullish open so far. I said so far twice. That's how you know I'm not AI. Alright, I'm focused on YouTube chat. Range bound. Never mind, I already read that. Intel looking strong at the moment. What the hell is that fib? Be very careful as they're approaching pretty big resistance from bigger time frames. It's like 37s basically. High 37s or high 36s, low 37s. I sound like a weatherman. PAPL IPO on watch? What the hell's that? Pineapple? Speaking of P tickers, where's PLAY? Bitcoin's still holding a lot of its gains. That's pretty crazy to see, actually, considering coin fell all the way through the floor before earnings. Oh wait, I guess I can remove this because that is not demand anymore. And this gap is pretty much filled. Alright, so I think I'm going to draw a different area of demand now here. Speaking of weather, holy shite, I'm cold. Yeah, I bet a lot of us are cold today. Or is it, what's the temperature where everyone's at right now? Actually, I'm not going to click my computer because I'm not trying to give you an exact location. So I'm going to look at my phone. So it is about 43 degrees where I am. It was 38 degrees when I was jogging. Timmy said 36, Zaytoven said 27, Creator said 23, Dave said 30, Chris said 44. We got a 37 in here from Garden. Paper Hands said like 10 degrees. What the fuck? Maddie said 67, Florida sucks. Like the most appealing number so far. 50. Oh yeah, Mighty 150. And then Jack, he's in Canada. He says it's -9 degrees Celsius. Yeah, whatever with your made-up system. Americans. Americans with their made-up system yelling at other people with the system that the globe uses. Yeah, we need American degrees, Jack. What are you doing? Bueller, you're brave for running in the cold. Hey, I appreciate that. 36, 0883. Daffy said it's 100 where he is. Oh, he said that's my percent on AMD. I'm like, bro, where are you? Bro went to the other side of the world to get some heat. He said he's up 100% on AMD for anybody who took his free play here in the YouTube chat. If you guys were paying attention, he posted that pretty openly in here. Now he's up 100%. Definitely, that's funny. 39, Alexis. Maddie wants all the cold. You guys are wild. Damn, they are really pumping that. Nice. When does Powell speak? He speaks after the rate decision, which is like way later. I'll read you the times out. So the time for the rate decision comes out at 1 o'clock my time, Central Standard Time. The rate statement, same time, and then 30 minutes after that, which is pretty normal. He'll be speaking after that. So 1 and 1:30 Central Standard Time, or 2 and 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. And if you guys are in Mountain or Pacific, you can just do the math. To be fair, we should all be speaking in EST anyway. If you want to be serious about things, we should all be speaking in Eastern Standard Time Zone, but I refuse to because I'm in Central. But no, it's smart to just kind of think about things in EST, because then you'll never miss the news, because they don't send that news out in your time zone. You're going to get it in their time zone. Then it's going to confuse you. Yeah, this pomp. What's up, Leland? Everybody say hi, Leland. Everybody send the what's his name? The Fibonacci guy. Couldn't think of his name. Mr. Fibonacci. What's up, Leland? We're just sitting here adoring Daffy's fat stat gains on AMD. Ignore the colored lines. Actually, what does my normal levels look like? Holy, this chart's fucked up. Damn, I need to clean up AMD. What's going on here? Oh, I just didn't clean it up one day. Now let's see how it looks when it's not all messed up. There we go. That looks a little better. Leland's like, good morning. Up 135%. Good night. Good morning, the Lee of the land. And yeah, man, I'll be waiting to see your trade review. I always like to wait till the end of the day, and then I read through all the trade reviews. But I make sure to take extra time when I see Lelands or usernames or really any of the seasoned traders in chat. I take my time reading those, because it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter how smart you think you are. It doesn't matter how much money you've made in the market or not. Take your time to review trades from other people who are smart, from other people who know what the hell they're doing. People who've been, and when I say that, I don't mean people who are actually smart. Leland could be the dumbest rock ever, but he is really smart in terms of how he follows his system. So in terms of that, he has very high IQ because he follows his system. He sticks to what he likes to practice. So that does make him smart. You're not just a pile of rocks. Thank you, Leland, for letting me abuse you. But it's very smart to just, again, stick to your system. Anytime you step outside of something you practice, you are gambling, you are guessing. The Lee of the land. Hey, good stuff, Leland. Sold at 42.25. Is coming into a 30-minute candle close here. 150%. Dude, massive profits. Very happy for you. That's, yeah, I was going to say that's Leonardo Fibon. I can't even say the damn name right. Leonardo Fibonacci. That's a real person. Or should I say was a real person. So does everybody understand why we moved up today? I went over that pretty slow and pretty in depth all the way through this morning. So I want to see 68 people say, yes, I understand why we went up today. I don't want to see anybody say, well, was it because of the news? Was it because of that? No, I'm talking about the price action. Does the price action make sense? I don't care about the news. I don't care about whatever made it go up or down. But does everybody understand why we went up? We talked about the higher open, we talked about the inside bar, the break of the inside bar, and not just the push of the inside bar to the next level, but also the hold over the inside bar about 419, 419.37, seeing that retest hold, right? No candle closed under. Seeing the push above that next level that we were stuck under, right? Showing that we can have more bullish confirmation. So we kind of, remember when I was saying right here, we're kind of like 55 or 50 to 55% maybe bullish, and then maybe, 40 to 45% bearish. It's not, you're a little bit more bullish than bearish. And then we got up to here. What did I say? I said, well, maybe we're like 60 to 70% bullish now, maybe, 20, 30, 40% bearish. Nothing crazy, just slightly seeing bulls here, seeing more bulls here, and then now you have just massive bull. Now they finally took over. But it was a step-by-step process. It wasn't just like, oh, we're gonna pump this from open. No, there was a lot of stuff that had to happen, and it made sense. It was technical. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that. Because are we always going to get a clean example? No. Sometimes we're not going to get a clean example. Sometimes you're going to get a parabolic move. Sometimes you're going to get a not as easy to see move. So that's why it's easy. That's why it's fun to practice this stuff. Do it now, do it later, do it anytime you can. But you need to be going over this stuff as much as you can. Mental reps, real trades, it does not matter. All of that helps. You need to be able to go over the why of the chart before you're sitting here looking at, all right, how much do I want to try to make today? That's another thing. Don't set expectations. Too many times do I see major traders tell other traders to set goals for the day. That has got to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. If you set an expectation for yourself, you've already lost that trading day. Because now you're telling yourself, oh, I need to make $200 today, or oh, I need to make $250. Yes, it's nice to set goals in life, but not when you're trading. If you're going to set a profit goal for the day, you're greedy. You're not giving yourself a chance. Do not set an expectation or a goal in terms of how much money you want to go for. Don't worry about that. What you should be setting goals are, how close to the system can I trade? Can I take a 40% entry? Can I take an 80%? Can I take a lower high lead test? Can I take a higher low base build move? Can I do any of those four things? That should be your goal or expectation for yourself, not, can I make $200 today? Can I make 3 green trades today? No, you're already screwing yourself by saying that. So don't do that. Do not set unreal expectations for yourself. You should be saying to yourself, you know what? I want to focus on potentially taking a 80% entry today instead of 40%. So I keep getting burned. I want to go heavier, so I'm going to take a retest trade instead. Focus on that. That should be your goal or expectation, not, I'm going to make $200 today or $300 today. Don't do that. That is what's going to cause you to overtrade or have FOMO, because now you have this like you have this like extra thought in the back of your head going, you need to make more money, or dude, you're only $80 away, or yo, you're so close, you're getting there, or man, you're still this many dollars away. All these different thoughts are going to hit your head, and then you're going to chase a trade. You're going to make up an example of why you liked it, and then you're going to say, oh, my emotions got to me, I'll reset tomorrow. And then you're just going through this continuous cycle of making the same mistake over and over and over and over and over. Exactly, Zaytoven. He said, the only goal should be to execute on the plan you put out for yourself. As soon as I start focusing on the money I lose, he loses sight of what is in front of him. Exactly. You almost blank out to the reality of what's going on just because you're sitting here thinking about La La Land. Leland, you entered here? Is that what I saw? You entered... I mean, I know I'm on the 5-minute chart. Oh, I was way off. Oh, you entered on the 40% entry. Okay. Well, actually, it's a little bit more than that. It's not really a 40%. Because it's a open range breakout of the inside bar, but we already have the higher open, a continued hold of the higher open, and so he's kind of entering like a... At least on the 1 minute, you could see it easier. On the 5 minute, you couldn't. But on the 1 minute, what you see here, though, is really a better 40% entry. It's not quite an 80%. It's not quite a 40%. It's kind of in between, right? You have a lot more confidence in a 50-50 scenario for sure. So I like that a lot. Very clean. You had to hold through some chop here, but it never really broke under 419.40s. And when it did, it didn't close under. So that was a good sign for you. So you had to sweat too much. And then you got to hold through that nice pump, man. Good job. You got it as it was pushing back above open? Oh, okay. So, back here. Okay, so a little bit, I'm not going to say early, but I like that because you waited for a retest, then you got that next pump. Not just the first candle that appears above today's open. So that was, if he would have got this one, I'd be like, man, that's kind of early. But he got this one, so it's not. Because he gave it, again, that chance of pushing up and then slowing down. And then he gave it that secondary chance of like, all right, if this move slows down, it probably will reject. But it didn't. It ended up holding. On the 1 minute here, it's a little easier to see. But yeah, this is why in a lot of my scalp trading videos, this is why it blows my mind. You go check some of those videos right here. People will deadass be like, Josh, can you post like live trading videos? Like, I swear, I love your content, but can you give me like some live trading videos? I'm like, what? Are you effing serious right now? These 18 videos here, these 20 videos here, you're joking me. These almost 40 live trades in front of you, and you're telling me you want to see live trade videos? Check those out. You'll see a bunch of breakdowns of us going from the 5 minute to the 1 minute. You'll see exactly what Leland just did. You'll be able to break it down without Leland can just share me what time he entered, and I can go over exactly why he liked it. That should be how well you know the system. It should have nothing to do with how much money you're making. That has nothing to do with it. It's a validation of your system, yes, but at the same time, you just look like a prick. So it's good to go over the actual reasonings of the chart, the meat of it, the reasoning, therefore you understand it. It's not just like, oh, I know that this move is going to make me money. No, it's like, oh, I know this move most of the time works. I'm going to take risk on that. And if it breaks under this, I'm going to get out. Giving yourself an invalidation point. Good job, though, Leland. Round of applause. I love that. What's up, Jake? How you doing? He said, such good advice. Staying in trades that should be cut in profit or out. Trying to hit a goal was a big hurdle for me because of goals. And it's hard to understand that though, because like setting goals is a normal part of life in every aspect. What thing do you do in life and you don't set a goal or expectation for yourself? You know, trying to think of an outcome for yourself. You know, nothing. Everything you do that with, right? So in trading, it's like it's kind of a normal thing. But you got to remember, we're not training ourselves to be like our normal selves, like a human. We're trying to train ourselves to be like a computer. We want to be a cold system that just sticks to one process, and that's it. Anytime I make a mistake, that's an error. Anytime I step outside of my system, that's an error. Can you make live trading videos, though? Can you show how you get your levels? Oh my god, man. You'd be surprised how many people ask me that still. They'd be like, yo, do you have like a video that like is like a... They'll even use my wording. They'll be like, do you have like a one-stop shop video for like how to get your levels in your system and stuff? Like, nope, I have no idea what you're talking about, man. That's the main reason I've left Workshop 11 as like the channel trailer for new and old subscribers, because it's the only video you need. Everything else is different. How do you do your entries? They'll be like, I didn't make 40% on my 40% entry. I think your system's messed up. No, you didn't get 40% from the 40% entry? I'll be damned. It's kind of funny. Yo, everybody in chat is eating. Hold up. I try not to do this too much because I don't like to hype you guys up, but I got to. This is pretty awesome. But he had that percent right, and then we were talking about like the continuation, all that stuff. But we were talking about the inside bar. I said that 5-minute inside bar was crucial today. Thank you, Risen. But you have some really good updates, though. Misi over here breaking down the bonds. You have Daffy over here posting his 170% now. D-Touch, sorry, I almost called you Daffy. You're like the same person to me now. But D-Touch taking the inside bar from the 1 minute, on the 5 minute, sorry, killing it with SPY. Good updates by Noxta. He's watching the Tesla continue to fall. React killing it on AMD as well. First day trade in a while. Let's see it. Netflix says their ad tier reaches 15 million global monthly active users. That's pretty nuts. Microsoft-owned LinkedIn introduces new AI-powered premium experience. Job openings for September. We already saw that. All right, let's see if Briefing Update or Briefing.com has an update for us. And they do. All right, let's pull it up. So market snapshot, all that good stuff. The industry watch, you can see what sectors are up or down. Moving the market, though. A relative strength in the mega cap space, a drop in market rates, which is in response to the Treasury's refunding announcement and this morning's economic release, and then hesitation in front of the FOMC decision at 2 Eastern, and then the 30 minutes after that, you have Powell speaking. So I'm going to go ahead and share that. But that is the main market update for everybody. Dude, the amount of Teslas on the road in San Diego blew my mind. It felt like every third or fourth car was a Tesla. You're just like seeing them so much, you're like, I have to invest, damn it. They're right. That's funny. I have to actually show the next level. This is crazy. Sorry, I was just posting an update on Twitter. Just one. See if we slow down around the 422s. Like I said, if you guys end up getting it any plays and you take that breakout, you need to be aiming for every dollar out. You've already hit 421, you went past it, and here you are almost getting to 422. Good job, Alexis, on your Intel trade. You got a quick 15% on that. Good stuff, man. I feel like that's California in general. As I said that, they actually started pushing a little bit more. Just under. You're about 10 cents from that 422. Guys, I am going to remove the... Nah, we'll leave it there. We'll leave the inside bar levels there. He said, I'm so dumb. I forgot I had a profit stop for Moderna and it hit. Thanks for playing. I'm just going to go sit over here, hurry up and wait. Well, what did it hit? You had a profit stop? Oh, did it hit your profit stop? I guess is what I'm asking. The dollar just went negative, which is helping the push. Ooh, thank you, E. Very good update. Due to those having very good... Not almost... Now, remember, they're not perfect opposites, but they do have an opposite pressure effect. Sometimes you will see that, and that's what you just saw. Good update. Going higher, lowering volume. Good update by Mighty One. Possibly saying that the fuel might be out after this move here. We'll see, though. We have an established high. Let's see if we can get an established lower high. Remember, for a lead test, we want to see a break of structure. Where is that break of structure? It's about right here. Checking in with the crew on the day off. Missed you guys. We missed you too, Benny. Hope you're doing good, man. Just chilling, you know me. Everybody else in here too is kicking ass. I'm not even really worried about the people in here anymore. You guys really took it from like, I have to worry about each and everything you do to like, it's like every other day you guys are killing it. It doesn't matter if I'm covering it or not. Love it. Had it set up for 77. Oh, okay. Did it hit that? I'll just go look. Oh, it hit that. On the dot. Let's see. Qs. What are you rascals saying in here? I believe it can probably fill that $80 gap. What's up, Chuck? Chuck said, grabbed a 20% Tesla put while working on the staircase method. Still using only one contract until I know. Oh, until you know it like the back of your hand. I don't know why my brain was like, I can't compute second half of this sentence. But no, Chuck, I like that. No. That's exactly how you're supposed to take that method, bro. And take your time. Seriously, like when I tell people like the one contract method before they grow, they're like, "Oh, I'll be doing this for like a day or two or a week or two." Like, and then I see them move on, they increase their contract size and they blow their account in not that long, and it's because of what you just said. He said until he knows it like the back of his hand, because they didn't know it like the back of their hand. They just thought they did because they saw a little bit of short-term success. Don't get happy because of short-term success. What you should be happy about is reasoning. Did you understand it? And did it work? Review if it didn't, review if it did, regardless. But no. Perfect advice and breakdown by Chuck right there. I like that a lot. Honestly, it's kind of crazy. If you go back through the past like 2-3 weeks of streams, I'm not even joking. Most of the amazing advice has been brought to light by you guys lately. It's been a lot of fun. I've just been rereading, if anything. I'm just a fancy Kindle. Reading out like an audiobook. Love it, though. I'm really just happy to see a lot of you guys getting better with pattern recognition, being able to break down what the staircase method is to other people, because then it shows to me it's like, okay, that guy knows what he's talking about. I instantly pick up on, okay, Chuck knows what he's saying. He knows what the staircase method is. He's on the right path. I don't have to worry about him. I don't have to worry about him messaging me going, yo, am I doing this right? Am I doing this? Am I doing that? Overthinking. He's not going to be overthinking. He knows what he's doing is right. He's just got to stick to it. It's just time. Which can be the most annoying part. This is why I always try to make people aware of the maintaining phase of your trading, which is the longest and most harsh stage of your trading. The biggest phase. You'll be stuck in this forever. Maintaining. That can be the hardest part. And that's why we always talk about structure and stability in here. We always talk about having a path ahead of you, a routine. Because without these things, you're screwed. Your sanity is just going to be lost. You're going to go crazy. You're going to randomly chase trades. You're going to lose a lot of money in the process, most likely. And it's just because you're going crazy because you're stuck doing the same thing over and over again. So it's good to remind yourself that this is a needed thing, a needed part of your routine. Thank you guys for almost 50 likes on the stream. I appreciate that a ton. We will be here till the market close. It is already close to 10 o'clock, so market's been going for almost an hour and a half. which means in about 3 to 3.5 hours, we have the rate decision, and then the 3.5 hour mark, that'll bring Powell. So we'll have a little bit of time before then. But like I said, guys, if you go back to the beginning of the stream, you'll see us break it down in here. Everybody, not just me, everybody in here was talking about it. But we talked about how we're most likely going to get some indecision. We're going to most likely get one really good move, regardless of it going up and down. We'll most likely range trade up until the rate decision. Then we'll get a lot more volatility pour into the charts, a lot more movement should pop up on the charts, and then hopefully the last hour of the day isn't so crazy. But thank you guys again for thumbsing up the stream. I appreciate all the updates too. I always love reading out y'all's different updates and just everything, really. I think as a team we're killing it. This really is a place, we've gotten this community finally to a point where like somebody new could randomly join, somebody we've never seen. Right? They could randomly join and then be like, oh, wow, this place is pretty serious. All these people are very serious. Everybody's trying to help each other. And that's how it is now. Somebody new can come into the chat and be like, wow, where do I start? You know, and just see that everybody's working together. So it's just nice. It's nice having an actual community, not just some like weird service where it's like, all right, everybody follow this guy and hopefully he calls out good things today. What? That doesn't even make sense. Love my BB community. Love you too, Adam. Did you get to go surfing, man? Are you feeling better? I think I saw you say you were under the weather the other day or something. It's probably too cold now, huh? Speaking of surfing, I still never got a picture of those other boards Leland apparently owns. This guy. Feeling better? Man, I'm glad to hear that. Nah, I got nice wetsuits. Oh, nice. Okay. So you're good to go. Not those broke boy wetsuits. That's funny. Even extras for you when you come visit. Ooh. I like that. Yeah, if I do ever visit California, I will make sure I come visit you, Adam. Honestly, I'm probably going to have to like save up a bunch of money and then just do a whole tour, like a BB tour. And I'm going to just have to go to like multiple states across like a 2-week period or something. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to like go to Cali, then we're going to have to go to like somewhere in the middle, then we're going to have to go to like Florida, then like somewhere in the north, and then that'll be it. We'll call it there. I'll have to do like a big thing where I meet up with everybody in different states. Because I can't just go to Florida, I can't just go to Cali, I can't just go to New York. You guys are all in different spots. It's not fair to people on the other side of the country, so maybe if I do meetups, we'll do something like that. So I'll have to save up a little bit because that's a little pricey, but that'd be pretty cool. Go to a bunch of different states, see a bunch of you guys, meet up and all that. Creator just said, come to Wisconsin, bro. Wisconsin, so much to do. That just sounds like one of those states that's just empty. Like, that sounds like Arkansas. Come on, man, we have land. Meet in Florida. Camping trip at the end, that would be pretty cool. Throw a BB con, we come to you. He said, you don't have to come to Ohio, LOL, trust. Yeah, the Ohio air is a bit different. No, but I'm sure I'd go somewhere near Ohio, at least. Because there's a lot of Ohio traders in here. There's people, there's a lot of people in Michigan in here, too. And then we have a ton of people from, like, around North Carolina. Like, I'm not going to say North Carolina is the state, but around North Carolina, there's a lot of people in that area as well that are in the chat. We have a lot of people in Cali or around Cali. A lot of people in the South. I know we got a lot of people in the South. I got my fair share of people in Texas, Florida. You know, all the in-between, not as important states. Hey, Ohio isn't so bad. I know, we just gotta go with the internet memes. The internet memes make it seem like Ohio is like nuclear wasteland or something. While making Texas sound like we all ride on horses and all that good stuff. And there's a war with armadillos and all that good stuff. Georgia, born in Cincinnati but don't claim Ohio. Jesus. BB, come to New York. I live in Maryland. If I go to the north, it'll be wherever Sinful is. So it looks like I'll be going to Maryland. Home of the Terrapins. Damn, Sinful probably reps turtle shirts all the time. He said BB, come to NY. If I do go north, I'm going wherever Sinful's place is. For the most part. Columbus is a food test market, though, which is dope. Oh, that's pretty cool. Horses and tacos? Nothing wrong with either of those things. He said Ohio isn't real, and then I look at the very bottom of chat. Leland retypes, Ohio doesn't exist. Horse tacos? Horse tacos. Those sound great. In Texas? Wow. We're wild here, I guess. Alright, let's do some updates so I look like I know what I'm doing. Triple Qs are consolidating above 350, 370s. They're still chilling under 355, so that's really your range of consolidation to focus on. 350, 370s up to 355. That's your Triple Q sector. You're not as pure blood tech sector, as we like to call them. SPX seems to be hitting some form of supply here. What is this from? This is from Wednesday supply of last week. Wow. So we're working up to Wednesday supply of last week. Keep that in mind on SPX, on SPY. Apple, they did continue holding. They made a higher low, popped up to 172. They seem to be slowing back down, popping back down into range, but still nice bullish control before their earnings coming up tomorrow. Microsoft still holding near high of day. Nvidia still pushing a new high of day. Amazon hanging around high of day. Tesla formed an inside candle on the 5-minute. They seem to be having a positive print after that. Google is also hanging around their high of day. I'm still kind of leaving that one on the bigger time frame charts. That's why that one looks a little weird. Meta kicking ass. They seem to have closed over 304 with a 40% entry at, what time is this? 9:10 Central, 10:10 Eastern Standard Time. Since then, they have just been moving up higher, created consolidation, and now they just recently popped a new high, and they're going towards 309s. Banks are still up near Hive Day or popping new highs. Looks like healthcare is also trying to hold. So, looks like you have multiple sectors holding higher or just kind of settling and just kind of grinding up very slowly. So, like I said, a lot of hesitancy before a lot of the bigger news coming out today. Alright, back to reading chat, because that's a little bit more entertaining. He said, Ohio is like the equator. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not. The best tacos are from Taco Bell. Taco Bell is America's best Mexican food, I hear. Dude, you better watch your mouth. Nah, he's making a joke because the last time we were talking about Mexican food in here, we're all like talking about like what place has the best like Texican or New Mexico or Arkansas or not Arkansas, Arizona or California, all that good stuff. But it is apparently rated that Taco Bell is apparently the best Mexican food in the United States, which is, I think we can all agree, cap. Jay said, if George Washington knew about Ohio, he'd reverse the revolution. Oh my god. Fuck it, I'm British again. Sinful said Taco Bell is bussin'. Okay, they do have Baja Blast. We'll if we were to ever obliterate Taco Bell from the planet, we would keep Baja Blast. I think we could all agree on that. But they're definitely not the best Mexican. I don't even know if I'd call it a Mexican food restaurant. I'm sorry to say, that's American Mexican food. That is not what Mexican food looks like. I'm sorry. I have many Mexican friends who would agree. Focus? No, bro, there's no focus. We had our pump. This is me trying to entertain myself before the more news comes out later on. Because we're probably not going to get any entertaining moves up until then. This is the time to let yourself be known and be open. Did you know Burger King sells tacos? Worst mistake I ever found. What? Stop it. Hold up. I'll pull up the meme, guys. I got it.
Stop it. Get some help.
I got it. The worst cook ever can make a better taco than Taco Bell. Is Taco Bell even food at all? True. Imagine giving a 1700s colonial settler Baja Blast and Takis. I think that would wipe out an entire village. Yeah, but it would put them on game for a second, though. Taco Bell equals Ohio. Okay, y'all need to relax on Ohio. Everybody relax. We're not roasting Ohio anymore. We're roasting Taco Bell now. Or whatever else is behind the scope. Children below the Mason-Dixie line drink Baja Blast instead of breast milk. I'm one of them. What the fuck are y'all saying? Where the hell is this coming from? What the fuck? And then in quotation, or in parentheses, I'm one of them. Ooh. He said, I'm going to Taco Bell in Mexico to get authentic Mexican food. No, I like Taco Bell too. I'm not saying I wouldn't eat it. I'm just saying we can't sit here and say it's the best Mexican restaurant in the United States. But no, Taco Bell's great. I'll still eat it. It's like Jack in the Box. You don't really touch it unless you're drunk. Maddie's like, no, I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna keep roasting Ohio. My girlfriend is a Taco Bell addict. That's her comfort food, man. Literal meth for her. Yo, for real, what part of Ohio hurt you? What did they do to you? Then Maddie comes out, he's like, I'm part of the UAW strike, and there's a bunch of plants in Ohio. Domino's sells more pizza than every pizzeria in Italy combined. Yeah, but what's the population of Italy? $59 million. Okay, that's actually better than I thought it was. I was gonna say like 40. I need to find that meme. You guys would probably find it kind of funny. It was pretty stupid, but it was like Americans can't name this country, and they photoshopped a fake country into part of like where Spain and Portugal are. It's pretty funny. Also, guys, Sinful posted a new meme on the page the other day. I didn't recognize it till it was too late, but he said, check your kid's Halloween candy. A stock bro gave my kid a bag of Coke. Credits to Sinful. He's like, no, I will not let this page die. As much as Bueller's letting it die, I will not. The stock market. Calling Taco Bell top-tier Mexican food is like calling 7-Eleven sushi premium. Oh my god, the jokes are writing themselves now. Benny said, now y'all got me curious what Taco Bell in Mexico would be like. Bro, it'd probably be the best Taco Bell in history. I feel like some 7-Elevens have a Taco Bell connected. Yeah, either that or a Del Taco or a Jack in the Box or a McDonald's. If it dies, comedy is dead. LOL, no, my close friend is from Ohio, and they're such proud people, so it's fun to joke about Ohio. Oh. Okay, so you're like the rest of us. You just like to pick on people. Sinful's a marketing pro. Yeah, why do you think he's got the details of my Instagram? I had to kill the page to slow him down. I had to personally kill the page myself to slow him down. He was becoming too much of an internet sensation. Make bullying great again? Good day, sir. Had to step out. What's up, Mel? You're good. I do not blame you. We had a nice move to the upside. Now we're looking to see if we just end up range trading here. We have a little bit of structure, though. I'm a bit happy about this. I love seeing structure built. So if you guys want to mark that 421, be my guest. If you also notice, it also happens to line up exactly where I said. If you aimed above 419.85, we said aim for every dollar up. So it's kind of cool how that lines up. Creator said, let's chill on Ohio, as he's sitting there, like, trying to think of what else is there. Slim Jesus is from there. Yeah, chill out on Ohio. We're probably done with Taco Bell, too. We can probably move on to roasting something else. Whatever you guys want to talk about. I heard Mexican Coca-Cola and hot Cheetos are way better. No. That is an actual fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's an actual fact. And the only reason I know that is because I used to work with someone who was getting their immigration papers. He's from Mexico, and he was coming to live here. And he told me every time he went back there, he's like, bro, the Coca-Cola is like 300 times better here. And then he'd hit me up saying, but it tastes just like McDonald's Coca-Cola. And I was like, oh, that's probably refrigerated then. Because did you guys know that Coca-Cola does taste better at McDonald's compared to other restaurants? And if you've ever wondered why, it's because McDonald's pays extra to keep their Coca-Cola lines refrigerated all the way to the store. And then inside of the store, they're refrigerated. Where the other lines are just kept at room temperature until they get there. And that's how Coca-Cola is delivered to every restaurant. You also have Coca-Cola mixes. People mix blends into them, so it's cheaper. Which most restaurants do that as well. So, for some reason, McDonald's likes to have extra good tasting Coke. But yes, Mexican Coca-Cola is 300 million times better than normal Coca-Cola. I don't know why. He didn't explain to me. He just told me that that was a real thing. But yes, that is apparently a true thing. And I heard they're hot Cheetos too. Yes, you are correct on that too. I did hear about that one. Mexican Coke actually is better. I have my fridge stocked with it right now. There you go, Leland. More proof. Sinful said, selling Bueller's Instagram page for $3 million, a.k.a. Leland's first take profit. Wasn't that nice? Leland's first take profit. Chris is like, y'all can roast me. Go. I don't know enough about you. Also, Chris is like a pretty cool name. I haven't really met a weird Chris yet. Normally the Chris of the group is a pretty chill guy. I can't even attack your name. They have a special Sprite recipe as well that makes their fries taste... Oh, that's crazy. And yeah, seems like we are getting a potential break of structure. And what do we do, guys, when we get a break of structure? What are we going to wait on next? Let's see who knows the path ahead. Who's been paying attention? Who's been going through all the info? Who knows what they're talking about? What are we waiting for if this break of structure holds? Nominally said, probably because they use real ingredients and we use chemicals. He's not wrong. Isn't Chris the kid from Family Guy? No, a different guy, different guy. And then he said, who the F is Chris Esparza? Esparza. A retest, exactly, but what do we want to see, though, of that retest? What are we going to draw? What do we want to see first before we draw the fib? I'm trying to get the technical answer out of all of you right now. So this closes under 421.04, right? What do we wait for? We need to see a green candle appear. We need to see a bid pop up. We need to see some sort of buyer show up, right? A reactive move, right? Then we can take from the high of the move before the break of structure to the low of that move to where before that buyer came in. And then that's where we can look for the retest. So we're still waiting a little bit. But you have really good structure being broken. So already kind of in your head, you should be leaning towards saying, all right, well, I can be short-term bearish as long as 421 is not broken, right? Knowing that we are still in an uptrend from the open. We opened, had an inside candle, moved up, had higher lows, a good retest, a pump, build of structure, and now we've pulled back, breaking that short-term structure, right? So, one, we could either just be pulling back to go to a better part of the structure that we held from and pushed from, because we haven't really retested 419.85 yet, so it makes sense that they want to go work there. But at the same time, if they do break this structure inside of this range, you are short-term bearish, as long as what? 421 is resistance, right? And it's just like I said here, always be conditional. Always set up something to kind of keep yourself on one part of the chart or not. You know, oh, I am bullish, but I'm also seeing some short-term bearish opportunity right here. So you're able to see it all. But good answer, everybody. Everybody seemed to have gotten that one. Whew. I've been asking a lot of questions, trying to get some answers out of you guys. So if you want to answer, feel free to. Judgment-free zone here. But if this is too repetitive for you and these are things you've already gone over, don't worry about it. You don't have to answer every time. Sinful said, wait for me or a green candlestick to post an entry and then inverse it. It's a 95% entry that's back tested for 8 years. We inadvertently back tested this strategy. It's solid. Buy against me. That's bad. I think they have something called the inverse Kramer. This would be the inverse Sinful. Still waiting for a bid move. A really fun thing to do, at least that I like to do whenever I'm looking for scalp trades on these potential lead tests, is I love the 5 minute, but I also love that 1 minute chart. If you draw all of your info there, your 1 minute shouldn't be things you're touching. These are just how you trade, right? And you go to the 5 minute, it's like, oh. So let's say you draw your fib here, right? Let's say we draw this. Go to the 1 minute. And then you see us push up to, perfectly lines up at 421.04. If this was to be where it holds. Again, we're theoretically breaking this down right now. This is not actually the fib we're leaving here. But imagine, though, it goes back up to here. You know, whatever it takes, high or low, whatever. And then it gets back up here, right? What do you want to see pop up right here for you to get into puts? I'm being serious. I want to see what you all say. What are you looking for right here when you're looking for puts? Let's say we do like the push up to this, and we are looking to be bearish short term. What do I need to see here before I'm bearish? All right, see what y'all's answers are. I give y'all a good enough time. A lower high, yes. A reaction with volume. Inverted hammer at resistance. Bearish candlestick pattern. A retest. Rejection of golden pocket, preferably an inverted hammer. A nice bearish hammer would be good, but you're looking for some kind of slowdown or retest. Doji or dark cloud signals. Shooting star or hammer. Actionable signals or a hanging man. Okay, so a lot of these are correct. So what we need to look for, though, and I just want to get this out of you guys because it's so vague for someone. And this is why in my videos, I break it down differently. If you actually watch my videos, you'll actually get something out of it because I don't just sit here and go, oh, well, I got puts here because I thought it was bearish, and then I took 100% profit. No, I break down exactly why I liked it. I'm like, oh, wow, there was a dark cloud cover right against this resistance, and then it dropped down, but it didn't dump instantly. It came back up, but it didn't pop this high, so I stayed in, and then it flushed, so then I got my profits. That's what you're going to hear out of my videos. That's what I need to hear out of you when you're breaking down whatever you traded. In this instance, we're talking about a potential bearish retest. In other instances, you're going to get, that initial rejection, and then it's going to hold, and it's going to go up to the golden pocket, and then you're going to get the better pattern right there, right? It makes the high, it makes the lower high, makes the high from the lower high. So you need to get used to setting these parameters for yourself. Oh, I'm only going to take these if I see this. I'm only going to take this if I see this. Being able to tell yourself, I'm only taking this if I see a bearish pattern, or if I see a lower high, or if I see that. You need to set this up for yourself, because this needs to be a standard for yourself. You shouldn't be doing anything outside of that. But a lot of you guys are answering in line with what I was talking about, so that's good. I don't have to beat anybody up. Let's remove that fib, because remember, that's not the fib we're drawing. It was all theoretical. I just wanted to talk about something. And we still have not gotten any kind of buyer candle. At least on the 5-minute. You saw a little bit there on the 1-minute, just really indecisive trading. Now they're pulling back. Oh, I was actually going to go to chat and show off Leland's message from Reason Over Risk, but he was showing the Coca-Cola from Mexico. So showing he's not capping. Some Coronas. Oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to show that on stream, actually. Oh, no, you can't show opened bottles. My bad, man. You can't show someone opening it or drinking it. That would be wrong. You can sit here and talk about it all you want. But what I was going to go over to show you guys was this. This was the reason I didn't post last night. I normally, you guys know me if you're in the chat, I always post the night before. But I saw Leland here already post kind of the gist of what everyone needs to focus on. So I was like, whatever, I'll just post my game plan in the morning. He'll handle this for the day. But I really like this too because he posted it pretty close to after the close yesterday, within the same hour. So very early on. But he was saying there's a crucial pivot point at 41.89.22 being rejected on the daily. It could be an 80% entry on the bigger time frames for more downside. Then he zoomed on down to here, kind of broke it down a little bit further. We closed over the 41.89.22, but right in the heart of this fair value gap. Is this a trap? He said the next big pivot to watch here is 42.19 if bulls keep pushing higher. Remember that number. Then he also broke down Tesla. Remains a big watch for him. He's been destroying it, so he's been posting it here and there. But he said 195, top of a weekly fair value gap, and 202.51, which is the previous week's low, remain the two main levels he's watching for now. Zoom on back to what I was going to cover now. So remember that level I said. He said rejecting the mentioned 42.19.55 now. So we were going to be bearish, but then what happened? We took over. We got into the fair value. We got into an area where bulls could potentially try to build a higher low and move higher if they don't reject here. They came back down. They held. They ended up pushing up higher, and then we have the higher open continuing to hold that level that we mentioned, and now it's pushing towards the level that he talked about, 42.19.55. So he just wanted to say, hey, bulls did appear, and they did go up and smack that little bit of a higher up level. Now we're looking to see, do they hold this, or is this where the gas finally gives out? Are they finally going to slow down here? But really, really good updates by my boy Leland. Thank you for sharing those, brother. I know Fed most likely going to halt and keep rates the same, but if they cut/raise, I think market will tank. Sorry guys, had to step away for a hot minute. I added more to my SPY puts. New average 0.17. Yes, Mel too. And then 230 will be POWELL. Yes. Oh, Daffy already typed it out. Never mind. You know what? I'll just... Actually, I shouldn't pin that because that'll confuse people. They'll be like, wait, is that Eastern or Central or what time zone is that? It's been about 2 hours from the open. How's everyone doing? You guys okay? No, not 3 and 3:30 Eastern. It'll be at... Yeah, I'll read the times out. It'll be before the market's closed. So interest rate decision is at 1 o'clock FOMC rate statement, 1 o'clock. That is 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 1 o'clock Central, right? Then 30 minutes after that, that is when Powell will begin speaking. Those are the times for today. With the interest rate decision and rate statement, and then you have the Powell press conference afterwards, which is very normal. It's routine. Happens a lot. Yep, that is what is on the plate for today. You also have a couple interesting earnings after hours today. Not big market weights, but still pretty interesting. And then tomorrow after hours, we have Apple earnings. So that will be interesting. Really low volume, 1 minute. And it looks like a lot of you guys picked up on when the momentum finally gave out too, so that was good. When we finally got that break of structure, and they didn't even bother retesting. They're still just kind of slowly moving here. He said Wingstop earnings this morning. Probably going to grab Wingstop for lunch to celebrate. Smart, smart. What's up, Dondu? How you doing, man? Always miss my Dondu. Where's my peoples at? My pebbles. Listening while driving with the side tunes in chillin' mode. Sit in cash. Yeah, he literally killed AMD. Or saved them, I guess, however you want to word that. Fed could double the rates like Russia did for a total reset. Do you guys eat your eggs with ketchup? No, I do not. I eat my eggs with salt and pepper. And sometimes not even that. Sometimes just straight up plain. Just straight up scrambled eggs. Wish I was back at 11. Massive drop. Alright guys, we finally had the bid pop up. Let's grab our fib. And go to the 1 minute. Also in the process of cooking something so I can eat. Eggs with hot sauce is where it's at. Ooh, that does sound kind of good. Potatoes and eggs with spicy ketchup. My eggs get garlic powder, onion powder, paprika, pepper, parsley, and salsa. Daffy said 2 American. Yeah, I mean, I don't eat. My grandma, I think, does eat ketchup with eggs, but I never understood it. But she just likes ketchup a lot. She's like Patrick Mahomes. I'm like, I don't understand how y'all can eat ketchup with literally anything. We could have a steak. She's like, give me a side of ketchup. I'm like, what? I'm cool with you having some A1 sauce with your steak, but you say ketchup around me, we might have to throw a fist. Dude, some hot sauce, though. That sounds really good with some eggs. I might have to try that. Good idea. Whoever said that, thank you for saying that. I'm going to have to try that out. See, that's a true trader. I was able to go make my food come back in time before the bearish retest comes in. Plenty of time to spare. Daffy's trying to turn 48 into $200 billion. Sick. I'm rooting for you. I had the Tabasco. Y'all are still talking about this. Tabasco Sriracha one and was very disappointed. Had no spice to it. Damn. Not major keys? No major key alert? What's everyone up to? I know I've been kind of quiet. Not many updates. We had a lot of updates this morning is why. Just kind of waiting for more news to come out. I'm also eating right now. I just noticed my screen is like way closer than usual. There we go. How many screens does everybody in here have, by the way? Anybody who tells you that you need more than one is full of shit. You do not need more than one screen. You can survive on a laptop and a phone. The more screens do not make you a better trader. But I am curious, though, out of actual curiosity, how many screens does everyone in here have? Now, I have 3, but I don't think I've turned on my 3rd monitor in half of a year, so I'm going to just give my honest answer and say 2. Which one of them is for, like, really reading chat, reading Discord, reading YouTube. It's really never for, like, actually trading. One screen will always have my chart. I don't have 50 screens behind me showing me other things. But I'm curious, what does everyone have? What's everyone working with here? And also, I love to trade on my phone. I love my phone. One screen and laptop. See, that's perfect. That's all anyone needs. 2, I have 2 screens at work. No wonder I'm so bad. No, there's other reasons, Dondu. Kem said 2. Garden said a laptop and a phone. See, that's perfect. Taylor's like, hold up, guys. 4. But only 2 are for stocks, other 2 are for work. Okay. 4 screens like a Bloomberg terminal so I can lose money like a professional hedge fund execution trader. That's smart. I like 4 but got 2. Yeah, 2 is really like... Honestly, once you get past 2, it's almost too much. Like, 2 is almost too much. Me adding a 5th next week. A laptop and a phone? That's perfect. It's crazy, like, everyone's always like, I can never trade in my phone. I'm like, then you've clearly never struggled. You've never been in true struggle then. Trading on your phone is amazing. I love trading on my phone. You know, even if you're looking, even if you are looking at your screen, you can still use your phone. Remember that one time my power went out? I was in that trade and I had to walk out to the middle of the street, hold my phone up in the air, and hope a signal went through while I was trying to exit. Screaming to the skies, please close, please close. I wonder what other people thought I was doing. They like look out their windows like, what the hell? Running out, pointing my phone to the sky. What's up, Benny? He said, I trade on a 48-inch 4K OLED TV, split using Windows Power Tools, simulates 3 mo... Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh, I have... I was just about to ask, do you play games? And then I finished reading your message. Because I've seen a lot of gamers do emulators with those exact... it was like the... Whatever, what you just said, the simulator thing. That is pretty cool, actually. I've seen that. It's like a way of having multiple monitors, but not actually having multiple monitors. It's pretty cool. I watch a lot of speedrunning, and that's what they do. Off to work, stay safe, and have a good day. Have a great day, Adam. I will miss you. Yo, my bad, Daffy, this morning with the voice settings, I genuinely have no idea what the hell. Now, Taylor did help me figure out what I was doing wrong, though, because it was a mastermind default, so I need to just give that to you. Ignore the extra channels that you're about to get, Daffy, but this is so you can have complete control of that voice channel, because I believe they have access to do whatever they want. I don't know why the mod role was set up that way. It's the same permissions. I genuinely have no idea. Charles Schwab lays off up to 2,154. Why does it say up to? Like that's the exact number. That is the number of employees, which is about 6% of its staff. That is a lot. Apple is planning several new health-related features for their next year's Apple Watch and a paid health service. Who would have thunk? Why does the chat mess up when I try to type Rambo? Like, this is the only Rambo I talk to. It should know which Rambo I mean. Check off topic. Oh man, that is a red flag waiting to happen. I love getting filled shit. I love feeling like shit, and I love the world so much for it. He said, I got the powers now. Anyone want the course for 200? He's gonna underhand me. Which, Daffy, if you want to have your own course code and maybe do a referral system, I'd be down to do it with you. I've never thought to ask you, but if you'd want to, I'd be down. I don't have a referral code right now, but if you want one, I can make one. But I'll check now, Maddie. I will appeal to your request. And I will check off topic. Just for you. Okay. Whew, this wasn't anything bad. Uncut gems. I see you. Damn, you have some really cool posters right there behind. Or whatever you call those. You know, I don't know how to speak English. Damn, though. Nice setup. I see all your super... What are those, Super Bowl rings? Oh, no, I'm dumb. It's a picture. Nice. Yeah, you have a pretty clean setup. I also see, like, zero dust anywhere. Not a single piece of dust. But yeah, I see you with that uncut gems. Share my setup? I can't. There's a bunch of shit on my desk right now. Then y'all will roast me and I'll never get to live it down. See, y'all post something, we forget about it in like an hour. I post something, it's getting roasted for 3 days. So I have to watch my back. Okay, so here's my picture. It's just 2 monitors, right? And then you got this little bitch desk. It's like really, really small. I need to get a bigger one. And then my who all here has a full desk mouse pad? If you're cool enough, throw your hand up. But full desk mouse pads are the best. If you can get a mouse pad that covers the entirety of your desk, that is true peace right there. Let me tell you. No, it's not better than yours. I told you I have a basic setup. Like I try to tell people, you don't need anything fancy. So anybody here who has like a pretty nice setup, it's probably better than mine. No, but mindset. I don't even have any cool posters or anything. I need see what I was wanting to get was get a couple clocks, put them up above me, and have like the different time zones of the United States. But then I was like, who cares? We really only care about Central and Eastern anyway. And then what else? And honestly, I don't know what posters I would put up there. I'm a fan of too many different movies. Chuck here to roast me. Damn it, bro. He said you still haven't gotten a bigger desk. No, I have not. I still have a tiny one. I've had it for a while, you know? It's got all my shit in the sides of it. It's in a good part of my room, you know? The only reason I have a full desk mousepad because of the kids eat too much shit on my desk. I have a, what I was going to say, my full desk mousepad is a big Rick. I have a big Rick from Rick and Morty. He's on the side. He's just kind of sitting there, grinning, not really smiling, kind of drooling a little bit. I don't see a Morty on here. He must be on the other side. But yeah, that's just the entirety of my desk. Just a big Rick. I need to get a new one, though. This one's kind of old now. Full desk mousepad for over 10 years. Good. Oh, nice. Okay, so Sandollar's been had a full desk mousepad. Yeah, I'm not that experienced. I've only had it for a couple years now. My friend John put me on. I saved up a bunch of money. He built my computer for me. Bought all the things and shit. But the full desk mousepad, that was like a big thing he said that I should get because it's very important. Not just for like playing games or stock trading, but it's just nice to have, like you said, anti-static. It's nice to have no static. It's just a full desk. Because that sucks when you reach it and you just hear pop, pop, pop. Rubbing your arm on it too long. Pretty good rejection under the control point so far. Nothing crazy. They're slowly pulling back away. Oh, as soon as I said slow, the fastest movement ever. We'll see if they keep cracking down here on the 1 minute down towards the low of day. Do they end up basing out and creating a range and building back up towards golden pocket? These are the next two things that you're looking at. But right now, they have not gotten over the control point. Chuck said, I don't even have a desk either. It's on my lap or on my nightstand, but normally I'm at work just using my phone. Yeah, I don't have any fancy desk. I'm not cool. All my friends got these big, deep desks and stuff. I don't have that. Not yet, at least. See, it was because I was supposed to move already, and then I didn't, because shit's fucked. I can't really move yet, or don't want to move at the expense of spending more money than I want to. So I'm just gonna wait another year and a half or so, and then that's probably when I'll go ham and spend that money on a big, deep desk and whatever. Maybe I'll clean up my setup then. We'll see. Let's check out some others, man. I'm tired of looking at SPY. So Q's also trying at a lower high. SPX. Apple at a potential double top. Come on. Almost a hammer here. A little bit of a hammer at resistance. So and that's on the 5 minute. You go to the 1 minute. A little bit of a doji into a big red candle that broke lower. Nice little quick flush from the from the closest thing to a test of the halfway point. Didn't quite touch it, but got very close. Slowed down. We're back to the lower part of that range. Kind of in the middle of it. Like we said, probably going to see some indecision trading for a little bit. Not really surprised by this. No one should be trapped in a trade right now saying, I don't know why it's not moving. You know damn well why it's not moving. Don't lie to yourself. But yeah, be sure to share the stream around. Drop a like on it. This is probably a good time for a lot of you guys to get up right now. Go do whatever you need to go do. Because you have a little bit of time before a lot of the bigger news comes out. We have about 2 hours before the next piece of news comes out. So you have a little bit of time to stretch your legs, go out, get something to eat. Or if you just want to kind of take a break from everything and then come back in an hour or so, this would be the time to do it. Got some grub, now time for Spider-Man. Are you playing the new game? One of my friends was playing it. He said it was like the best one that's ever came out. I'm personally not going to play it because I don't have a console, but I heard that game was 10 out of 10. Actually, can't you play it on? I think you can play the other remake one on PC now. Yeah, I'm like losing oxygen. What's going on? Damn, Benny, that sounds chill though. That's probably perfect timing. Here, stream it. I'll watch. Just start ignoring the stock market, watching your Spider-Man gameplay. Anything but sideways. Let Benny take over so I can roast it. You leave Benny alone. Just a bit curious what they might be saying. The lead test is complete, by the way, guys. They hit the low. So if you're anybody who took a potential short position against the control point to the downside, that's your main target. I bought a PS5 with my first paycheck from work, a gift for me. This is new to me. Oh, cool. I heard the PS5 is actually pretty cool. Again, I'm not a console guy, but I heard nothing but great things about that. I was curious, so yeah, how is it? Dude, screw the stock market. How's the new PlayStation controller, bro? Don't really appreciate that it takes me away from market for 4 to 5 days, but I can't complain about making more money than I make on stocks. All last year in a couple weeks. That's just my reality. Not good enough to replace a job, but I don't have to be right now. Yeah, I mean, I've always tell people in my community, if you're someone who has a job, you're never gonna hear some weird thing from me going, if you have a job, you're a fucking idiot. You shouldn't be trading. Blah 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 blah. No, You can definitely learn slowly over time while maintaining a job. That is how most investors have gotten to where they've gotten, is having a job, slowly buying in and then slowly getting out of their job. But that takes a lot of time, and in some cases they don't get out of their job. They just end up slowly investing over time, and that's fine too. I never like to ever pressure somebody who has a job and is in the mindset of like, I don't want to be here. I just want to trade all the time. And I get that. I was at that point in my life at one point too, and it sucks. But at the same time, if you end up getting a better job though, or a different job, and ends up paying more, and you end up enjoying it more, I mean, you have to also take that as a win. That's nice. You end up getting a better opportunity in a world too where everything's kind of crucial right now. You know, everything's highly under pressure. So honestly, I'm happy for you, Benny. I'm glad you have a job that pays for you to continue being where you are. You know. Hopefully over time that changes, but for now, you know, I'm happy for you. Also happy to see you have a positive mindset about it. You know, you're being realistic with yourself, not, oh, I can't do this, can't do that. You know, not being realistic. You're being real. Can't beat that up. I only say that too because I see a few people like that in chat here and there. Sometimes they'll mention having a job or complaining about it and saying, you know, things about the market and stuff. And I just want to reassure people, like, this community will always be here for you regardless of what job you have or whatever you're doing. You know, if you have a job, more power to you. If anything, I wouldn't say that is a weakness. Like Dondu said, nothing wrong with honest work. Build that capital and get your screen time. AMD is still going, Daffy? I don't even know if I want to look. It's just one of those days. Just one of those days. Let's see, NVIDIA. NVIDIA not even near that size. Damn nice. Good job, Daffy. And he and I keep saying this because I'm not trying to like sound like a weirdo, but Daffy did call that out openly here in the YouTube chat. That wasn't something he like went into my server and typed in where it was like in a hidden channel. Like he typed that openly here in YouTube, so I'm happy to see everybody potentially getting a chance of catching that with him. Very nice trade so far though, Daffy. Very happy for you. Very, very big gains. Nothing to cry about on that one. Good job, Dan. Dan H said, I took the AMD play from Daffy. Good stuff. And a great thing, too, about taking plays with Daffy is you'll never hear him, like, do what I just said. You'll never hear him be like, come on, guys, who caught that with me? Blah, blah. Like, he's just trading. He's just doing him. He's going to continue doing him. He doesn't see the point in going back, oh, who caught that with me, this and that. You know, he's not like that. He's just trying to make sure everyone's on the same page. Just like me, just like Leland. We're just trying to make sure people are on the same page. But it's always fun following Daffy into battle. Plus, his plays make sense. If you actually go back and look at that, you'll be like, oh, wow, I instantly see why Daffy liked this. Or wow, I see why he cut this or took profit here. You know, you'll instantly understand it based on the levels. And every single night in Discord, if you just type in Daffy's name, type Daffy's name in the search bar, messages from @Daffy, and you'll see every time he posts a message of like a trade or something, he mentions what is there. He'll tell you, oh, yo, this level, that's an emerging candle from blah, blah, blah. Or, yo, that's a previous day level from here and there. Or, yo, this is that. He always breaks down exactly what is it. Not just why he liked it, what it was that made him like it. But good job, Daffy. Round of applause for you, man. And he probably would have gotten all that TA off into the voice chat, but we had a weird, like, bug happen again. And for some reason, he couldn't talk in that voice chat. But he still got it out into here, so I'm happy about that. Alright, so we had the breakdown of structure. We talked about the fib. Took forever, but they are into that level and now through it into the next level back at that 420 region. Did everybody understand why we drew that fib? We drew that a little bit ago. I told you I would probably take a while. But it seemed to have worked out finally. But we talked about what do we need to draw if it keeps pushing? What do we wait for? What do we need to see up here? And now we have that exact breakdown. You have a rejection, a lower high, a continuation down. This is what people that have tens of thousands of followers will never be able to teach somebody because they do not trade themselves. Most of your big follower gurus do not actually trade and will not tell you about highs, lows, lower highs, higher lows. That's like alien language to them. So make sure you guys are just focused on the simplicity of things. Highs, lows, higher lows, lower highs. Just focus on the trend. You have the right levels, you have the right fibs, you have the right system in place, you have the right kind of intuition of what to look for and what you want to see around these areas. Now you just need to focus on that. Pattern recognition. Can't forget that. But seriously, guys, I hope you guys are actually taking this serious and listening to what I'm saying and taking notes or writing this down or reviewing this, because that right there, that, not saying you need to take that trade. Today's not a great day to trade. But that example right there, though, that happens almost every day. That happens every single week. And it is huge potential, huge opportunity every single time. Now, if you have other reasons for not trading, like today, it's a good example, then that's fine. But you should still get that mental rep, like we just did. You should still get that rep to where it makes sense. You understand the why, and if it pops up again, you'll understand how to approach it again. Where does it validate? Where does it invalidate? But I really do hope you're listening. If you're in here right now, I hope you really are someone who's taking this serious and focusing on the fibs and the levels and the way I go over. It's really not that hard to get the levels. The understanding of things, you know, that's another level. That takes a little bit longer, so that I can understand. But the drawing of the levels, that shouldn't be something that you're getting snagged on. Learning how to navigate the levels, you know, that'll take a lot longer too. But again, like I said, mental reps over time through this system, that is how you build good habits. This is how you build just good trading habits, just in general. It's not just habits. Trading habits, you know, oh, I don't need to be taking a trade like this. I don't ever practice it. This is a gamble, you know, knowing that. Someone said, bruh, I love Daffy. Talked to him last night. We did some charting and setting up scenarios for both sides. I said, yeah, he's one of the few real traders around. That's pretty cool. Old Irish lady, patient of mine, just blessed me with some ginger beer. Never had it before. Damn, she's trying to get you arrested. She's like, drink this on the road, boy. That's pretty cool. Here's a tip. I know inflation's a pain in the ass. That's awesome. You actually got something out of it on that one. Besides, you know, just the usual. So that's pretty cool. It's like trick-or-treating, except it's the next day. And it's beer. I don't know if I've ever had ginger beer, though. That sounds interesting. I don't even know if I've had that much ginger before. I can't even remember the last time I had ginger ale or whatever. Who all here drinks ginger? Or what's y'all's favorite drink, I guess I should say. Not just sodas or, you know, soft drinks. But what's y'all's favorite whatever? Whatever you call them. Wherever you're from. Some of you are going to be like, it's called pop. I'll let you know how it was. Yeah, drink some right now, man. Perfect timing. Be safe, Alexis. Be safe on the road. I know you're driving around and stuff. Alexis, have you ever seen or heard one of those tanks blow up? Those oxygen tanks? Has that ever happened? I've seen one blow up, is why I'm asking. Coke? Okay, that was pretty quick. Little organic fruit juices. Or that root beer with the dog. Oh, mug? I knew exactly what you're talking about. Be safe while driving around and drinking. Hey, man. Gotta be safe while you're drinking and driving, right? Just drinking my morning pop. Yes, smokers falling asleep. Y'all would hate me if I told y'all what my favorite drink was. Y'all would be like, you're boring. Nothing wrong with a little... The fact you have like a saying for it. With a little roadie. Kombucha? Kombucha? I'm probably abusing that word. Water? That's your favorite drink? Yeah, Don, dude, that one has multiple meanings. Okay, Maddie, that was mine too. Thank you for saying it. Now I don't feel as bad. Now I know I'm not alone. No, water is my favorite drink as well. It's been that way since I was born. I've never not liked water. He said, then alcohol when I'm depressed. Yeah. I mean, we're not talking about alcoholic drinks here. I'm strictly meaning just straight up drink. Non-alcoholic. Iced tea, no sugar, but I'll take a Coke when I do drink one. Born to drink, forced to drive. A plain LaCroix. From Wisconsin, drinking and driving is a sport here. Yeah, I think they call it NASCAR or something. Delete some beers. Include all beers. Didn't know water was a choice. Water's not your favorite if it isn't a choice. Okay, alright, we'll do this then. Outside of water, you can't say water. What is your favorite drink? There. How's that sound? See, then people like me are stuck with not knowing what the hell they want to say. I guess Dr. Pepper, honestly. Like, I don't think I've ever had a Dr. Pepper and I was like, damn, that one sucks. Like, I've had bad Cokes before. I've had a bad Mountain Dew. I've even had a bad Sprite before. But I don't think I've ever had a bad Dr. Pepper. Pre-workout? You mean like from the toilet? It has electrolytes, though. Jay said anything with red 40 dye in it. Coconut water, not gonna lie. That's not bad. Coconut water is very refreshing. Tempico. Damn, I never would have guessed that, Jay. Timmy said milk. Okay. Funny story, it was like 8th grade football or something. We had just won our playoff game or whatever, and we were done playing. And I don't know who the hell thought this was a good idea, taking a bunch of 8th graders to this, but they were like, let's take them all to Hooters. And so they took us to Hooters. We had wings and soda and all that stuff. I shit you not, somebody, not even as a joke, was like, yo, do they have milk here? And he actually got milk at a Hooters. I was like, bro, what? Out of all the food we're eating here, you want milk? I literally only drink water and booze. Okay, Maddie. Are we related? Watermelon sluice juice from a blender. Okay. Decaf tea, coconut water is good. That yellow number 5. Mmm. Oh, mom milk. Okay. Yeah. I love getting a warm glass of milk at my local Applebee's. What the fuck? Alright, I just need to quit asking y'all questions. Alright, what's y'all's favorite color? What's everyone's favorite color? Green? That was quick. Black is a shade. Green? Green. Neon clear. Okay, that's interesting, Dondu. Green. A lot of greens in here. Wow, everybody liked green. I feel like you're on a first date with a frat boy. What's your favorite drink? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite type of pre-workout? Blue, orange, baby blue. Okay, specific. Bright colors like neon. But not navy blue. I'm a purple guy. A specific type of purple, though, if you go to Discord, I think the number's like 0007 or something. It's whatever color Jason's role is. It's like a really dark purple blue or whatever, but it's like, it's almost hidden. It's pretty crazy looking. The Jason color hurts my eyes and gives me flashbacks. Oh, I bet. Gives me flashbacks to a worse time. Candy apple red or midnight purple or sick ass colors, especially on cars, because I don't know if you know, but I kind of like cars. No way, you like cars? I had no idea. Alright, enough questions. We're done with our date, everybody, unless you guys have other questions for me. I'm just trying to kill time. Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. I got a couple things to read. I have a question. Please ask your question, Creator Trades. I would love to answer it. Unless that was the question in itself. Red because poots. SK saying thank you to the end of this conversation. B, do you think there are more wheels or doors in the world? Could be any wheel or any door. I'd like to think there's more doors. I think most of my snaps to be have been one of a car or another. Wacko talking about the movie with left-hand drive, Garrett turbos, and direct port nitro injection. What do I look like? Well, I believe we were all formed in the image of God, or something like that. So I look like a person. I look like a human just like you. More doors if you can count trunks. Shh, Donda, you're not supposed to let them know that you know. That's how you get killed. He looks like a man. Donda is a professional glazer. Yeah, but he's pretty good at it. I will sell a photo to the highest bidder. Dondu comes in right after and says, I will sell a photo too. He's diluting the market. If this stream can get 200 likes, I will share a photo of me on Off Topic Chat. But this stream isn't going to get 200 likes. See? See what I did there? Now afterwards I can be like, I gave y'all a chance. The stream isn't going to get 200 likes. I ain't even worried about it. Yo, but thank you guys though for pushing me over 60 likes. Let's see if there's any... No, there's nothing new there. What could we talk about on the YouTube? So if you guys are, regardless of being new or not, I don't even know why I start off saying that. Regardless of where you are in the community, how many of you have made it through some of the recent videos? And I'm not just talking about the member videos. You know, I'm talking about the public videos, the Inside Bar, the seminar sessions 1 and 2, the Leland and Bueller talk about Fibonacci and overnight gaps, the 2 different uploads that I took from Sherman's channel, because they are workshops within themselves, and I think they're just amazing videos. But these 5 videos alone can give you a pretty good jump into the community. So if you are new, I hope you check that out, but a lot of helpful info in there. Damn, we got a lot of videos. What are we up to now? 614. That is a lot. The shorts. A new part. I need to add some more in here. I have some memes being edited. I just haven't uploaded them yet. Pending how these did, I guess I need to make memes that are only from that one show. Live streams, the playlist. Definitely get through all this stuff. I have a really good organized playlist set here, so if you just go through these, take your time. Community, membership. Damn, remember when we were up here? Remember when we were above 441.90? And here we are now breaking lower at 419.70. About $20 down from that screenshot. So the dump is continuing. Guys, we are just now above the inside bar from the first candle today. The first candle was an inside bar. But we're sitting on top of that initial level where they kind of hammered and then pushed up from. We've had one breakdown of structure, one lead test, a second retest. They made it down to the top of that inside bar. That right there is what I call trading. Who all got to analyze that? Because that was fun. We got to see a good, just kind of indecisive, weird, technically bullish setup happen. Then it was way more bullish. Then we got some structure looking like bulls wanted to try to work up more. They did not. They rejected. Then we end up getting a break of structure in this candle. This kind of really set the trend for bears. And then the fib from the high to the low of that move before the turn up, we saw them reject. They're rejecting off that fib again, pushing lower. So very, very clean. I absolutely love the off-the-wall questions we get in this group. Best group ever. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm enjoying it or if I'm just stuck here, man. Dondu said, want to bet. Want to bet what? Alright, boys, we got to pull out all the stops. Call your friends and family. This is a matter of great importance. Oh, you were saying want to bet that you can't get to 200. Everybody log on to their friend's account and significant others and hit like. Seems like only yesterday. Yeah, dude, it really does seem like that. I mean, I only scrolled a few times and I saw that post, so it couldn't have been that long ago. Just had my dad like the stream. We're going to see what you look like. Hey, Timmy gets to leave the house later today. Let's go. He's been waiting to leave the house because he's currently injured head to toe. But that's awesome. He said, I'm headed to Target to use the electric wheelchairs. Of course. This man gets off a bike injury, and what does he do? He's going to go do more Pastrana stunts on an electric wheelchair. What a legend. I salute you, Timmy. I hope there's a ramp there for you to go over. He said, don't get in an electric wheelchair accident. Benny went as far as going into the Discord chat and saying, Bueller face reveal if stream hits 200 likes, boys. Do your part. Y'all are wild. It's not getting to 200. Just quit trying. Dondu said, I forgot Timmy was hurt. I was about to say, what do you mean, get to leave? What's up, Mike? Imagine my Bueller. You imagine Bueller playing drums for Leonard Skinner? Oh, bro. That'd be cool. I don't even play the drums, but that would be cool. Can we get a welfare check on Mark, Millie, and Evis? Haven't seen those men in chat recent. I hope they're doing good. Yeah, I can check on them here in a minute. Sorry, guys, answering DMs, seeing how my gang's doing. Gotta go, and I'm in math class. We'll see you later, Crater. Hopefully he's good at math. It's not gonna happen. Give it up. Sweating intensifies. Now, if I saw it shoot past like 130 and then I saw like more people join, then I would be like, okay, shit, maybe this is possible. But I know you guys. I know how the likes work in here. I've streamed enough times now. We could have 200 people in here and I still wouldn't have 200 likes. So I know for a fact we're not hitting it. Because y'all would have to get 200 people in here, essentially. Or at least 100 with multiple accounts, so... It's like a unattainable goal, I guess is what I'm saying. I like having this small community, though. I don't care about not getting it. I like having, like, pretty much around 100 people in here. Now, there are, like, hundreds of people within our server and YouTube and Twitter and, like, all that stuff, but not all of them are going to be in one place at one time. You're always going to have a group of maybe 40 to 60, maybe even 80 people. But we'll never have those hundreds of people all in one stream or one thing at a time. People are all around the world. We have people all with different schedules. Mark Milley, what is up? I typed your name down because Dondu was asking for a welfare check. Mark Milley is fine. Said yo. He even came in with the yo 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 intro. That's me and Devin's intro. My boy Dondu, I'm here for the face reveal. This man, Mark, bringing the cavalry. I see. I don't know. You sound worried. We still need to check on Eve though. Been doing well in grinding. Nice. Oh wait, 83 said, don't worry, Leland is making 200 Google accounts. We'll get it. I have seen it, the likes slowly go up, so it almost is like the pace of someone making an account, joining in here, liking, going back, making an account, joining, liking. Dondu's just guessing at what state people live in. Dondu actually is from Greenland. Did you guys know that? He's actually from Greenland. Yep. Greenland. He's in Pennsylvania. See, Dondu, you were wrong. Oh my god, Leland. He put, look, Bueller like number 147. You make 100 Gmail account or 200 Gmail accounts with that name like that. Oh my god. That would be pretty funny. You just go through them every time I go live. Oh, that'd be too funny. Alright guys, well it's almost noon. You guys made it to the halfway point. We only have about 3 hours before the market closes, but what do we have? We got the FOMC, we got the rate decision at the same time, and then we have 30 minutes after that, Powell. And that'll be in about an hour and a half. Leland just made a code on Python to get Bueller likes. Yeah, honestly, out of anyone in here who could somehow get y'all some BS way of getting it, it would be Leland. But Leland can't right now. He's trading. Right, Leland? You're in runners? Please tell me you're in runners. You're not doing this? I can hear Daddy Pal saying, who's that guy Bueller? Bro, if I ever heard Jerome Powell say my name on a screen, I would lose my mind. Yeah, I am full port, too focused. Jake said, I tried to buy the likes, but it's live, so wasn't... Wow, you tried to go to one of those, like, bot sites or something? Just trying to dilute my channel. That's a real thing. Sadly. Surely Lynn can multitask. True, Garden Trader. True. True again. God, every single one of you, I swear. Too funny. There's like way too many inside jokes inside of our community now, so it's like overlapping into it like a new language almost. Ugh. Another hammer, look at that. You had this one here. At that top of the inside bar. And then you had like one kind of appear here with an inside. Not an inside candle, but pretty close. We'll see if they continue holding in that direction. We can remove this fib, by the way, everybody. You can remove this. You don't need it there anymore. The new one should have already been drawn, but I was messing around. Should have been drawn right here. Second lead test. But I left that fib because it had already been working again with the fib that was here currently. With this one. How it rejected here. So there's no need to draw it. The new one you would draw would be here to here, but I'm just not drawing it because the bigger focus is not just this. It's also, do they keep holding this? So back to focusing on the levels again, but in short, if you want to have your fibs drawn, that's where they should be focused on. Do you speak Bueller? Bueller. Man, I had somebody ask me on Twitter, it was a couple months ago, it wasn't recent. But you just reminded me. Somebody asked me, they were like, yo, are you from that movie? I was like, what movie are you talking about? He's like, are you the guy from that movie, Bueller's Day Off or whatever? And I was like, you're asking me if I'm Matthew Broderick. And he's like, no, are you a different person in that movie? I'm like, what are you asking? Like, I'm over here, like, so mind blown at this question. No, I am not in the Bueller's Day Off movie. I wish. Boobler. I am the guy. Am I Matthew Broderick? No. I am the one who knocks. Yo, what's up, Dividend Bull? How are you doing today? I am the one who knocks and skips school. And then I let people borrow my friend's dad's car. Sleeping through them interviews. Repeat the question. No, but I wrote the script. Yeah, that'd be an even better response. No, I wrote the whole thing. I'm not in the movie. Silly. Timmy said, I swear after 11 EST, this just turns into a comedy club and it's hilarious. Good. At least it's somewhat something. I'm not the content. Y'all are the content. No, I think it just speaks levels to how actually insane this community is. Like, not like in a good, oh, you're insane, dude. No, like, you're actually insane. Like, you need to be clinically checked. Spy pre-market high being tested. Oh, don't try to throw you in your alerts now. Did I even mark pre-market high? Did I even bother? I didn't even bother marking that today. Where's it at? What is going on with my screen? Oh, that's why I didn't mark it, because it's right next to 419.85. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm gonna leave it that way. But yeah, you are correct. have been clinically checked. Thank you very much. Pretty, I have a dentist appointment soon, but watching YouTube after YouTube videos and reviewing the pinned channels. Hey, you're really just going through. I always like to check on you, not like just because I saw you pop up, but because I remembered when you joined, I was like, damn, this guy just got the YouTube membership and he's already going through all these videos. And then I remembered you talking about like just going through all the channels and stuff too. I was like, damn, all right, like this guy's really methodically going through everything like I asked. All right, cool. So I just like to check in on you. Take your time though, man. Take as much time as you need. Glad to hear that, Dividend. Always happy to see your name pop up. Not gonna lie though, Josh, shave the beard and get the... Yo, you're not supposed to tell them I have a beard, bro. He said, not gonna lie though, Josh, shave the beard and get the Bueller haircut. You could pull off a doppelganger. I do not look anything like him. There's no way. I am, in fact, unwell. 419.52, thank you, Mike. That should be a Halloween costume for me.
Possibility of another hike. The market may be close to deciding that, hey, whatever Powell says.
Is this too loud or is this mixing in too much? The audio.
To what extent is all of this overshadowed by what's happening on the supply side of things with bond yields? With the Treasury's announcement this morning, and really its announcements going back to Monday, a little bit lighter issuance than expected, and that's being taken as a positive.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Awesome.
I don't remember.
We finally got something right on the audio.
Treasury issuance, basically was more important than what the Fed may or may not say. You remember in August with that announcement,
You want the music off?
the market, coming after the Fitch
Y'all let me
downgrade,
know.
and then the surprise on the
I am
coupons
y'all's
on the
tool.
long end of the Treasury
Would you
market.
prefer the
And
music
then
off
again,
or even
coming,
lower?
This morning a little bit lighter, and also the idea, Kelly, that they're not going to go so much further in terms of increasing coupons into the third quarter. So
This is only going to give you just kind of initial information on what we're going to be hearing in about under an hour. Lower the music? Okay, I'll just lower it even way more than I can. I'll go like way, way, way lower. There we go. Therefore, maybe it's kind of like behind it to an extent. Let me know if it's too much though, and we will just turn it off and then turn it back on once I turn this off. I just wanted to see what this was going to say for a little bit. Sometimes these guys just speak out of their ass, but what I like about these though is you get information about both sides. I'm not looking to be bearish or bullish. I just want to know what's up. I'm not looking to hear, the correct answer. There is no such thing as a correct answer when talking about global economics. There's things that will cause more pressure and things that will cause less pressure, but there is always going to be pressure, and time is always going to be needed for anything to pass by.
What are your expectations, and how do you think the market setup looks?
Right now, what you're seeing is our jobs market is too strong for them to keep saying inflation, inflation, inflation. It's because it's not inflation. It is inflation, but it's in particular sectors. If you guys look at PCE, you'll notice the data is a little bit better broken down. That's because they literally break down the CPI, essentially. They break down what is causing the inflation. It's not just, oh, everything's up by 5%. No, this sector's up by 5%. This is calm. This is more. This is less. So it's kind of what you're dealing with right now. I know you guys are probably tired of hearing about inflation. I try not to talk about it too much, but it's just kind of a reality we're stuck in, so sorry.
About getting off the good place and embrace the notion that the market is not fighting him anymore.
The market's doing some of his work.
Exactly. They've been fighting him for the last 18 months. We inverted the curve over a year ago, and the market not fighting the Fed makes the Fed's job easier.
He's not going to say we're done, but he might use code that says we're done. What would those code words be?
There's a line in the statement that we've had for the last 7-8 months that he could change a little bit when effectively he says that, we'll be, as we evaluate the need to tighten some more, we'll be looking at this, this, and this. But, the presumption is the next move would be a tighten. So in the statement, he could effectively soften that presumption that the next move will still be in the up direction.
Words like sufficiently restrictive.
Oh, man, that's the big phrase, and I don't think they will say that in the statement, but dollars to donuts, he's going to get asked that at the press conference. Sir, are you sufficiently restrictive? And it's going to be interesting to see how he handles that question, but I doubt that they would say that. Very much doubt they would say that.
Okay.
He certainly, Subhadra, has a track record, or the Fed does, of the market kind of taking the initial decision in stride, and then to Paul's point, seeing more of the sell-off or the risk-off move happen during the chair's comments at those press conferences.
Yeah, we don't really expect much of a change in this statement. I think you're probably going to hear Chair Powell talk about proceeding carefully from here on. But for the most part, I think following on the heels of the ECB as well as the Bank of Canada, the focus is going to be on delivering a hawkish pause and keeping their options open to hike more if needed. I mean, we've had very strong data thus far. Today's data, of course, was a little bit weak. Manufacturing has been on the weaker side. Employment remains relatively strong. And inflation is coming down ever so gradually towards, perhaps 3% by the end of the year and 2.5% by the middle of next year. In that sort of context, I think it's a little too soon for the Fed to really guide the markets to sort of
He said it's chill, inflation is transitory, right?
Is already doing the work for them.
Subhadra, let me just jump on that ISM manufacturing report, which wasn't supposed to be.
Daffy said possible surprise rate hike on the table, in my opinion, so they can price in further printing.
The last couple of months, we thought maybe it would go back into expansion territory above 50. Then it fell all the way back to 46. These kinds of readings are historically consistent with a recession, aren't they? I mean, shouldn't we be making more of this?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that if you ask me, if you look at the data in aggregate, ISM manufacturing has been weak for a while now. So we've been in a manufacturing recession for quite some time now. It's a question of when this is going to spill over to the services side, and when the consumer, if anything, is going to be retrenching from the spending splurge that they've had during the summer months. And I think that's going to come in the fourth quarter because the consumer is starting to come under an increasing amount of pressure. Student loan moratoriums expiring, as well as higher gas prices are all eating into disposable income. So I think the fourth quarter, you're going to start seeing the consumer start to pull back.
So Nancy, notwithstanding those numbers on manufacturing, the economy has been remarkably resilient. So why has the economy been as resilient as
Need my notepad real quick.
In the face of a Fed that has been very persistent in raising interest rates? Why hasn't it slowed more?
Yeah, Tyler, I mean, I think this is the first time in my career where we've had a Fed and fiscal policy at odds. You've got the federal government spending a tremendous amount of money, and the fiscal cost continues. And so that's provided economic growth that may be the wrong way, but economic growth nonetheless. And then I would also argue that although the consumer may indeed pull back at the low end, what, in my experience over the last 4 decades, is that individuals spend, U.S. consumers spend out of net worth we are at we are above pre-pandemic highs. So we're at 175 trillion in net worth. Half of that almost is the baby boomers at 77 trillion. So this is a cohort that for the most part doesn't have mortgages, and they have time and they're spending. And I think that surprised a lot of investors. Happily, we've been increasing our exposure to consumer discretionary, but of course the trick is to know when to decrease it. I think it continues for a while, sort of defying those who think we may pull back.
I thought Nancy's comparison with the 1990s there, too, was interesting. Paul, what would you say about all of that?
The baby boom is doing incredibly well. I very much agree with her on that.
Said the baby boomer.
Said the baby boomer, talking to another baby boomer. But I think in a more narrow sense is that the household sector and the corporate sector locked in generationally low interest rates in 20 and 21. Or put differently, they shorted the bond market. The household sector shorted the bond market. So essentially, they're sitting there, with mortgages that have a market value of 75 cents on the dollar. So they really haven't been bitten by what the Fed's doing. Now, for the new generation...
And their liquidity picture is much better than it would otherwise be.
Absolutely. So essentially, the bite of monetary policy is for the bottom half of the income distribution and for the younger half of the distribution. And I think that is a key reason the economy has been so strong is the household sector sitting in a short position in bonds effectively, or put differently, the household sector has got a rent-controlled apartment.
Very well put. Subhadra, what would you add to that, especially as we turn our attention to the details of this decision, and what do the projections say about how likely the Fed is to move at all from here in terms of hiking going forward, and if not, when that first cut might be?
Yeah, no, I think we believe that the Fed is done, especially given how much long-end yields have risen. We believe that the long-end rising, as much as it has really effectively delivered a 25 or even a 50 basis point rate hike. So it's a matter of when, it's not a matter of if the economy is going to slow down. But to Paul's point, for sure, delinquency rates are rising in credit cards, as well as in auto loans for the lower income cohorts, as well as the younger population of the U.S. consumer. And given that sort of haves and have-nots economy, I think the Fed is going to really proceed carefully from here on, and especially when it comes to hikes. And as Steve was pointing out earlier, the market's not really priced for the Fed to hike again, in the next meeting or even the next couple of meetings. And the market, if anything, is starting to price in more cuts for next year.
So, Nancy, you say that technology is the new defense. These names are the new defensive names. Why do you say that? And am I going to need defense over the next year?
Well, Tyler, I think the economy is definitely slowing, and that is a time when you want to own reliable earners. Remember, we talked about last October, we were adding technology names back into our portfolio, but also they've held up pretty well this year. And if you look at some of the names we like a ServiceNow, they beat and raised this last quarter, just as they did last year, by the way. They got punished in the near term. That's when you want to take advantage of the price of the stock being on sale and step in and add to your holdings, because the secular tailwind behind technology, look at the JOLTS numbers. We've got a lack of labor, and historically when we've had a tight labor market, spending on technology went up and the technology stocks rose. And then the last thing I'll say is, as an analog to the 90s, which is my thesis, we were in an environment that was very similar. We had a recession, we had a geopolitical shock, we had a war, we had higher interest rates. They hovered above between 5 and 8%, 4 and 8%, and averaged 5 to 6% the whole decade. And we had inflation above 3%. Yet the NASDAQ was up 800%. Now we know what followed that, but I think we're in a different position. The NASDAQ was up 800% during that decade, said the baby boomer, and all the other two indices were up over 400%. So 800%, 400%. I think this is similar. I think stocks can continue to perform. Companies can continue continue to deliver earnings in a higher rate regime. And this is really not out of line with those of us who have, and in fact, I think Paul and I worked together in the 90s, but those of us who have been at this for a long time know that you can make money in stocks and in technology, which have historically been long duration, but are now companies that are providing more defensive posture in a slowing economic environment.
And we haven't even gotten to the geopolitical situation around the world yet. That's for another part of today's conversation, because that is an issue that is lurking there one way or another. It's going to affect psyches and investments around the globe. But thank you. Anyhow, Subhadra, thank you very much. Nancy Tengler, thank you. And Paul, you're going to be around for a while. You're going to be back.
We're just getting started on the CNBC special edition of the Exchange and Power Lunch.
Coming up, an inside look at the rising shutdown risk on Capitol Hill. We'll speak with Democratic Representative Brad Sherman about that and more after the break. Plus, will the housing market be the biggest casualty of higher rates? We'll look at the Fed's impact on the mortgage market and prospective home buyers.
We're also tracking what's on the agenda in Washington with Republican Senator John Kennedy and strategist partner Dan Clifton. He'll tell us how to position for pretty much any policy scenario. Quick look at markets. Dow high was up 228. We're only up 70 right now. It's the underperformer of the major three, but the small cap Russell 2000 once again continues to be the laggard. It's down 0.5%. The 10-year note hovering around 481. We're back after this.
All right, now we wait. Alexa said pause. That'll be the key word. Mike said Pal's not thinking about pausing. If you know what that means. Pausing meaning the stopping of raising of interest rates. And then he said SPY 30-minute 419.50 pre-market high test. Yeah, we got about 42 minutes. 42 minutes. Like I said, this is a perfect time to go stretch your legs, go get some water, go do something real quick, get your eyes off the screens, because once the news starts coming out, everything will start moving more most likely, so be ready. But yeah, go give yourself a refresher before. Come back and we'll be ready for the news to come out. I'll leave my news screen up so you can see it all. And then we'll watch Powell, unless it kind of messes up like last time. Last time the stream link messed up and couldn't watch it. But I'll try to bring it all on stream as I see fit. How is everyone doing though in the stream? AMD's up 8% today following its earnings from last night. All right, YouTube chat. That's all we got. Yeah, slowing down. Probably getting ready for the meeting for real now. They had to move up, they had to move down, so definitely getting ready. But they're doing exactly what we said, everybody. They are just chilling in range. They made a move up, they made a move down, and they're kind of chilling in between them. We talked about the potential movement there. Now, the question is going to be, what happens after, not just the Fed decision, but also what happens after Powell? That'll be important. He said Burj Khalifa on the 30-minute. The music's not too loud, right? I readjusted it because we don't have that TV thing up. Oh, this is the daily. Okay, hold up. No, 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 that just messed everything up. Save it real quick, because I'm dumb. Alright, that's how I want it to look from now on. like paranoid as hell now, resaving it over and over. Alright. I think for this one, I will turn this off, though. Yeah. Just so there's less on the screen. Alright, well, you guys probably just saw me mess with about 30 minutes worth of settings in like 10 minutes. That was a lot of fun. I was just wanting to get the right red because my old red was too bright, or yeah, too bright. It was too hard for me to see. So I darkened my red, and then I adjusted the chart to how I want to start looking at it more for when we get to the, I guess, more stabilizing part of the day. If I could see the 1, the 5, the 30, the daily, because I love the daily, but I also like looking at the smaller time frames too. So it's nice to look at both. So now I should be able to do this, right? Yeah, okay. I did the hover thing again. Oh my god, I did it again. I did it again. Oh, man. Do you think Thinkorswim is better than TradingView? Honestly, I think anybody who thinks one is better than the other hasn't actually seen the other, because I've used both pretty extensively, and they're both great. They're both fine. It's just taking time to learn it, you know? It takes time to get used to TradingView. It takes time to get used to Thinkorswim. I think they're both great. They're both wonderful. They both have great uses. Both easy to look at. probably two of one of the most widely known charting platforms, Thinkorswim and TradingView. So, I mean, I honestly like both. So, again, I think it's really just like whichever one you end up getting into, stick with it. You know, don't hesitate. Don't move away from it. Stick with it. Because I don't have a personal opinion on that, to be honest with you. I think both are great. I've had great experiences on TradingView and great experiences on Thinkorswim. Now, I personally like TradingView more. I mean, Thinkorswim more because that's my personal preference. But actual use of them both, they're both great. I wish they would fix a couple things on Thinkorswim. I wish they'd fix a couple things on TradingView, but both of them are great. Just wish on demand wasn't complete hot dog water. No, I agree. On demand is a little funky. TradingView's on demand is a lot better, that's for sure. Their alert system is better in my opinion. I like the alerts. Some of the charting stuff I like more though on Thinkorswim, but there's definitely give or take on both platforms, trust me. Do you guys like this view though? The 1, the 5 on the left, and then the 30 and the daily on the right? I kind of enjoy this a little bit. I might have to rock this more. I have Financial Juice up, ready to go for when the news is starting to drop, so I'll pull it up on the screen when it starts happening. That'll be in about 21 minutes. But seriously, guys, get up right now. Get you a water, stretch your legs, something. Because we are about to see some movement finally. I'm more of a financial or a Yahoo financial charter myself. Zaboomafoo? That's what I like about Financial Juice. They have the countdown timer. It doesn't go about as far out as your Bloomberg one does, but which, if you guys have access to Reason Over Risk, I actually showed how you could look at free Bloomberg articles without paying for it. A sneak peek trick. So if you have access to Reason Over Risk, look at those pinned messages if you want to get free Bloomberg posts and news and that stuff. It's pretty cool. I still like Financial Juice more, but there's a cool method if you are addicted to Bloomberg. I haven't been asked that one before. Who is Bloomberg? Obviously a stock titan, but like, what does he do? It's not about him. It's about the company. Bloomberg does all kinds of financial investigation and research, so they can do all kinds of things. You have Bloomberg terminals, you have Bloomberg News, which again is global. You have Canada Bloomberg. It's crazy. So it's not about the person. It's the news and the source. I mean, they have access to everything. They drop news. They're basically the river that we all drink from for news, for all that stuff. It's not about the person. Bloomberg, the company. Yeah. Honestly, that guy sucks, but the company's gone off into a completely new distance, so I like it. But I always try to tell people that you never connect the person to the company anyway. Like, people who hate Tesla because Elon is the guy, it's like, what? You're dumb. Hating a company he doesn't even actually, like, control. I mean, he does control it, he owns it, but I'm saying, like, it could run without him. Maybe not as well, but it could. It already does. Thank you, Mike. That was a very quick summary of it. He said financial data services. But it's pretty big. A stock titan. Next time I'll just let Mike answer. Got about 12 minutes till the bigger news comes out. 30 minutes following that, we'll have Powell. Definitely stretch your legs. I'm about to do the same. I'm going to go grab some water, check on my dog, and then I'll be right back. And we'll have plenty of time before all the news comes out. Somebody, he said grabbed lotto calls. I suggest fading me. Alright, I'm here. I got some Halloween candy. Ooh, I can get it to show exactly what I wanted. Sick. No, I hit one. Oh yeah, we didn't even have any Halloween conversation. What the hell's wrong with us? Oh, see you later, dividend. My bad, man. I'm a little late to that. What's up, Dondu? Yeah, how was those Halloween though? Did anybody dress up as anything? Did y'all get a bunch of candy? Y'all just chill? What'd everyone do? I personally didn't do anything. I ate candy though. Snickers, Twix, M&M's with the peanuts, M&M's without the peanuts, Reese's, all kinds of shit. Gotta pig out when it's Halloween time, you know what I'm saying? Sheesh, RTX still going from the gap up. Damn, good looks. Raytheon. What were the companies before, Mike? It was Raytheon and... What made them RTX? What was the X company they combined with? Lockheed Martin, that's right. No, yeah, I got that. I meant the companies that combined. Man, you almost had me, like, balling there. Man, imagine if they combined. Jesus. Nah, because remember, Raytheon's ticker was RTN, but then they combined with the company and it changed to RTX. I was trying to remember, what was the company that caused them to change to RTX? I couldn't remember. Look at the timers, guy. Look at the timer. It shows it. It's so clean. It's gonna be a little off because we have the free version, but it's not even 15 seconds. I tested it. It's like 8 seconds. So who cares? We're just here to have a good time anyway, right? Let me auto zoom this back out because I feel like we're about to see a big move. Alright, let's get that back out in front of us. Alright, here we go. UTC, that's what it was. Holy shit, you have good memory. Yeah, Raytheon and UTC combined, and that's what made them into RTX. Holy crap, you have insane memory. I couldn't even remember that. I was there. Jay, amazing memory, bro. Jay's like, I know, I was there. Damn, you have good memory. It wasn't long ago, but it also wasn't like such a trendy topic to where like people really didn't care. Refreshing to see if that optimizes news. Come on. Come on, are we screwed or not? Are we screwed or not? It's really going to take that long to refresh. Wow. Jesus, I wouldn't have refreshed if I thought it was going to do that. Alright, so in line. It's in line. Oh boy. Oh boy. Prepare for the lows to hold, but for us not to make new highs over the next few months. Prepare for more ranging as we wait for more Fed decisions. They really hit us with the hold up. We'll get you on the next one. Pending. Yeah, we're about to range trade for the next 3 months. Peace. 3 miles with the kiddos. Wow, that's a lot of walking. Well, I guess that's not crazy. For kids, though, that's a lot. Tons of candy. Man, are you going to let them keep it all or what? What kind of parents are y'all? Y'all the type of parent to, like, let them see all the candy and then be like, but you only get 10% of this? Or what's everyone do with their kids? They swooped up Collins Aerospace also. Yeah, there was a bunch of companies they got. But I remember it was those 2 big mergers. Hidden Land said, I help facilitate the merger. JK, satire. I was kidding. Haha. Alright, so they rejected on the 5 and 1 minute. 30 minutes also looking top heavy, but I haven't broken anything significant yet. Inside bar is still holding at 419.50. Alright, let's hit it with another refresh. Anything new? Nope. Alright, and now we wait 28 minutes for J Powell. Daddy Powell. Yo, that's what we need in here. A J Powell emote. I already found an image. Oh yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Oh, it's perfectly out of range of the bookmark. Nice. Image aspect ratio must be 1:1. Come on. Come on, man. I just want to give the people what they want. Is that too much to ask for? I didn't think it was. Replace image. Yes. What is going on? We're chopping, as you guys can tell, because everybody doesn't care about whatever just got released because it wasn't important enough. It didn't really surprise anybody. It's pretty much what just happened. So now what we're waiting on is for POWELL to hopefully surprise us. Hopefully tell us something that doesn't sound scripted. And if not, then we're going to range trade. That is the short of it. That is the psychology behind what we're waiting for. Waiting on POWELL. I'm also at the same time trying to add a POWELL emote to the channel, but apparently the entirety of the internet does not have a picture that can fit. It's really cool. I wanted to get it to spam it for, you know, POWELL starting, but I guess not. Alright, I'll fix that later. That blows my mind. The internet doesn't have a Jerome Powell emote ready to go. We dressed up the 7-month-old baby just to knock on doors for candy for the wife and I. Honestly, genius. So there is a reason to have a kid. Take it up to doors and Halloween. Yeah. Trick or treat. Then you get their candy. It's not even for them. Honestly, big brain. 7 months, Jack. That's mind-blowing. That doesn't even feel like 7 months. Yeah, for real. As soon as I read Mike's comment, I kind of thought about that for a second. Still holding poots, Daffy said. Spy just testing both sides for real. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's probably into the algorithm to test both sides of range. Just, you know, kind of by a basic standard. And then by the time the actual, you know, finished product is out, then we'll have directional bias. With a 7-month-old, you deserve the candy. If one of you can find me a POWELL emote, I will use it. I just cannot find one that fits. Here, let me send it to Sinful. Ooh, that'd be a fun one. Guess what color tie POWELL's what color tie POWELL's going to wear today? Red, blue, or purple? I'm gonna go with green, just because there was like 8 people earlier who said green was their favorite color. I'm gonna say he's wearing a green tie today. Fun looking to merge with 6. Oh wow, that's actually an interesting one. That's a weird side piece of news, actually. Like, that one actually is an interesting one. I feel like that's a pretty good merger, is that not? It makes sense. Two stocks of the same sector. It's funny, people just gave us some, what can she eat? Meanwhile, I'm thinking, it's not for her, just fill the bag. Yeah, put the Snickers in the bag. Give me the M&Ms. She likes it all. You're like, she really likes sour candy. It's her favorite. Mighty One said blue, Garden said purple. Oh boy. Did you do it yourself? I can upload this? Alright, I'll try it out. Where the hell did the image even go? Okay. Oh, it's a PNG. I can't do a PNG. Hold on, let me try this. Yeah, I need you to change that. I need you to change the file type. Do the purple glass one. That's the one I was trying to take from you. Oh, you stole them. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, I need someone to edit my picture. I need the aspect ratio to be 1:1. I have Sinful potentially working on one. I'm not sure. Whoops. Papa Pal. I love this website. I love these quick updates like this. It's just like, oh, okay, that's why we're doing this or that. You, like, never once have to, again, ask, why are we doing this? Or why are we going up or down? Or, what's that? It just instantly makes sense. Whoops. Sorry if y'all hear that. No, can't use PNG. I can't use PNG. Cannot. Hey, I'll read you out that thing. Oh, now I can't find it. Those are peanut M&Ms, by the way. Yo, are you coming in? Are you coming through? Let's go. Hold up. I don't know. I can't. I save it as a PNG though, like on my computer. And I'm not joking. I save it, right? I go to the thing, right? Replace image. I click where I saved your. Oh wait, it's here. What the hell? Why wasn't the other one here then? Okay. Yo, Leland saved the day. Okay, everybody. There is officially a Jerome Powell emote. I want to see y'all spamming that emote. Everybody refresh your stream, including you, Bueller. Refresh your page right now. I want to see everybody spamming Papa Powell. I just sent the maximum number of Papa Powells. Spam the chat with Powells. I want to get a good screenshot. I want to just see a screen full of Powell. Thank you, Leland. You're a savior. Bro, that's messed up, though. Timmy sent me a couple that were literally the same file type. They don't even pop up. Come on, a couple more spams. Couple more. There we go. Yes. 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 The army of Powell. We sound so sadistic. Pop-up Powell army. I shared it in Discord as well. I'm gonna send it on Twitter. That's just funny as hell. Oh, hey, I'm on Top Chat again. Isn't that nice? Yeah, that was definitely tweet-worthy. I hate Twitter, but that was tweet-worthy. Or X, sorry. Yo, nice. He sent a pumpkin. Look, guys, we're still holding the inside bar. Alright, who's got a Papa Powell link for me on Discord? I know one of you always find a better link than me, so I'm just gonna wait and be patient this time. Oh, wow. Leland added Papa Powell on Discord. You can now also post Papa Powell on Discord. Yes. See, now we're a true trading community. We support Jerome Powell. He's gonna go down as, like, one of the craziest members of the Fed. Just because the generation of people that remember him. Alright, nobody found the link. I'll go find it then. I really thought Mike or Miker were going to send it already. Actually, I don't even know why I'm asking. There's literally a link on YouTube. Because we're all subscribed. It's not even up yet. Alright. I just have to wait. Oh, it's up. It's up, it's just not going yet. I have it muted in the background. smart. Used to be moving things around the screen so much. We'll do like this, because who... Should I like the video? Do I like the video or no? Like? Yeah, we'll like it. We'll support our own government. Why not? It is our money. What color tie did I say? Green? Yeah, I think I said green. I couldn't have said it any better, Jay. Bro, yeah, no, it's like that here too. The other day it was like kind of warm, and then it was like just kind of cool, and then today it's like super cool. I'm like, is this good for the ground? The constant heat expansion and the cold compression. Yeah, that's good for the ground, right? $80 degrees today with 40 with wind chill. Sheesh. Like 2 different states, but in the same state. No, that's wild. It's been like that kind of everywhere though, around here, around the United States at least. Everybody kind of experienced like a volatile swing in weather. Look at me breaking down weather with technical analysis. It was under 20 yesterday morning and snowed last night. Oh, that's just wonderful. You just look outside. Yep. That's visual depression. Wait, is there really a TA guy of weather? Am I about to get trolled? Ryan Hall. I like how like it's not even like screw watching weather on like the news stations anymore. Like YouTube's got everything. That's why YouTube will probably never die. Ryan Hall. Okay, so we got 2 confirmed sources on a Ryan Hall. Here, I'll check him out. We got a couple minutes. Ryan Hall. Said Ryan Hall, y'all. What the hell? Yo, he really is a guy on his own. What the hell? I'm watching a video right now. I'm not showing it on stream because I don't know if I'll get copyright striked or not. I don't know if Ryan Hall is chill or not. Dude, he does the whole of the United States. Oh my god, all kinds of temperature charts. Dude, what the hell? I'm impressed, honestly. I didn't know YouTube channels like this existed. It's like one guy. I'm sure he's got a team of people, but still. Alright. will subscribe. That's pretty cool. No, I never heard of that, though. A lot of clickbait, though. Yeah, that's YouTube. They gotta get their cut somehow. It does take a lot of views and a lot of watching to actually make a real amount of money on here. They've added better sources now for YouTubers, so... I mean, he's probably making a killing now. But that's pretty cool. What's up, Daffy? Yeah, you like the new Jerome? What you up to, Daffy? Daffy Duck. Cabin fever, if you know, you know. Ryan is a cool one-man show. You think he's a pilot, too? Yeah, I mean, it is like a pilot's mind to be good at knowing what weather is going to do. That was like the first lesson I learned. I don't have a pilot's license, but I did go to like a couple lessons with this one dude. He was learning, I was just there. But it was really cool because they were like showing how like when you get to like a steam stack, you have to like fly higher because the heat will kind of change the particles in the air, so it's a different amount of density, blah 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 blah, and you have to fly higher to stay above that so your plane doesn't randomly dip lower into like a depression of air or whatever the hell it's called. And I thought that was kind of cool, so we flew higher. I was in control of a plane in the air for like 20-30 minutes. It's pretty cool. Scared of heights, but I'll fly a plane. Go figure. I need to get my pilot's license. No, that was fun as hell. It seemed like it was an expensive set of classes, though, for the plane I was looking at. That'd be cool, though, have a pilot's license. Race Sand-Dollar. That'd be cool. Meet Sand-Dollar in the air. Pilot license has to be on the bucket list. Oh, for sure. That's one of your goals? Nice. Nice, Chuck. Yeah, we all gotta get our license, then we'll race up into the skies to find Sand-Dollar. Find him on his air carrier. Oh, look, I haven't had to click live on the Fed stream. How do they have priority? CRSP trying to come back from obscurity after first ever gene editing drug faces the FDA. Wow. That one's going to be trending again, huh? Nice. Are you in that, Mike, or are you just tracking the news? I was always curious if anybody we knew was in that. Because that seems like one of the ones that'll just randomly pop off when no one's paying attention because of what you just said, like FDA approval or anything coming through. Those therapeutic stocks are wild. I've flown a hot air balloon and a glider for a few minutes each. Damn, a hot air balloon, that's kind of cool. We used to do fly-ins to Santa Paula, north of LA, from the San Diego area, 15 to 20 planes. Only one or two. That's pretty trippy, Sand-Dollar. It's like a car meetup, but with planes. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we can go over sectors real quick. Oh, I can't. Honestly, price action doesn't matter as much right now when he's about to talk because of what's about to happen. But I'll go over sectors right after. Sorry, Timmy. No, you're good. You're good. My uncle has a hot air balloon. Never gone, though. What? Your uncle has a hot air balloon and you've never gone? Honestly, I feel like that would scare me a little bit with the person who's scared of heights, because that's a little bit slower than a plane. the process of everything. See, a plane, it's pretty quick. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let me know if that's too loud. Oh, whoops. Pause the music.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome.
Let me know if it's too loud or not.
Remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American.
Should we do captions?
We understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2%.
And then the captions are complete hot dog water.
The responsibility of the Federal Reserve. Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. Since early last year, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. We have raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points.
Wait, I'll do this after.
To reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace. The stance of policy is restrictive, meaning that tight policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation, and the full effects of our tightening have yet to be felt. Today, we decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Given how far we have come, along with the uncertainties and risks we face, the committee is proceeding carefully. We will make decisions about the extent of additional policy firming and how long policy will remain restrictive based on the totality of the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a strong pace and well above earlier expectations. In the third quarter, real GDP is estimated to have risen an outsized annual rate of 4.9%, boosted by a surge in consumer spending.
I was way off on the tie color, by the way. I believe that is gray. Or a silver even, but nobody got that one right. Yeah, that is a funeral tie. JC got that one right.
Higher interest rates also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains tight, but supply and demand conditions continue to come into better balance. Over the past 3 months, payroll job gains averaged 266,000 jobs per month.
Oh God, he's talking about jobs now. No.
Nevertheless, below that seen earlier in the year. The unemployment rate remains low at 3.8%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers. The labor force participation rate has moved up since late last year, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years, and immigration has rebounded to pre-pandemic levels. Nominal wage growth has shown some signs of easing, and job vacancies have declined so far this year. Although the jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 3.4% over the 12 months ending in September. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.7%. Inflation has moderated since the middle of last year, and readings over the summer were quite favorable. But a few months of good data are only the beginning of what it will take to build confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our goal. The process of getting inflation sustainably down to 2% has a long way to go. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. As I noted earlier, since early last year, we have raised our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points, and we have decreased our securities holdings by more than $1 trillion. A restrictive stance of monetary policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. We are committed to achieving a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation sustainably down to 2% over time, and to keeping policy restrictive until we are confident that inflation is on a path to that objective. We are attentive to recent data showing the resilience of economic growth and demand for labor. Evidence of growth persistently above potential, or that tightness in the labor market is no longer easing, could put further progress on inflation at risk and could warrant further tightening of monetary policy. Financial conditions have tightened significantly in recent months, driven by higher, longer-term bond yields, among other factors. Because persistent changes in financial conditions can have implications for the path of monetary policy, we monitor financial developments closely. In light of the uncertainties and risks and how far we have come, the committee is proceeding carefully. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook and for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, the committee will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below potential growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you, Chair Powell, for doing this. To what you referenced the rise in long-term bond yields, to what degree did that supplant action by the Fed at this meeting?
Thanks for your question. So I'll talk about bond yields, but I want to take a second and just sort of set the broader context in which we're looking at that. So if you look at the situation, let's look at the economy first. Inflation has been coming down, but it's still running well above our 2% target. The labor market has been rebalancing, but it's still very tight by many measures. GDP growth has been strong, although many forecasters are forecasting, and they have been forecasting, that it will slow. As for the committee, we are committed to achieving a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. And we're not confident yet that we have achieved such a stance. So that is the broader context into which the strong economy and all the things I said, that's the context in which we're looking at this question of rates. So obviously we're monitoring, we're attentive to the increase in longer-term yields, and which have contributed to a tightening of broader financial conditions since the summer. As I mentioned, persistent changes in broader financial conditions can have implications for the path of monetary policy. In this case, the tighter financial conditions we're seeing from higher long-term rates, but also from other sources like the stronger dollar and lower equity prices, could matter for future rate decisions as long as two conditions are satisfied. The first is that the tighter conditions would need to be persistent, and that is something that remains to be seen. But that's critical. If things are fluctuating back and forth, that's not what we're looking for. With financial conditions, we're looking for persistent changes that are material. The second thing is that the longer-term rates that have moved up, they can't simply be a reflection of expected policy moves from us. That we would then, if we didn't follow through on them, then the rates would come back down. So, and I would say on that, it does not appear that an expectation of higher near-term policy rates is causing the increase in longer-term rates. So, in the meantime, though, Perhaps the most important thing is that these higher Treasury yields are showing through to higher borrowing costs for households and businesses, and those higher costs are going to weigh on economic activity to the extent this tightening persists. And, the mind's eye goes to the 8%, near 8% mortgage rate, which could have, pretty significant effect on housing. So that's how I would answer your question.
Just as a quick follow-on to be clear on this, in your opening statement and just now, you seem to imply that you are not yet confident that financial conditions are restrictive enough to finish the fight. Is that true?
Yes, that's exactly right. To say it a different way, we haven't made any decisions about future meetings. We have not made a determination, and I will say that we're not confident at this time that we've reached such a stance. We're not confident that we haven't. We're not confident that we have. And that is the way we're going to be going into these future meetings, is to be, just determining the extent of any additional further policy tightening that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you so much for taking our questions. I wonder, if you don't raise interest rates in December, would the presumption be that at that point that we should expect that rates are at their peak, or is there a possibility of restarting rate increases next year? And are there any costs to taking a more extended pause?
So let me start by saying we haven't made a decision about September. You're asking a hypothetical there, but we're going into this December meeting. We'll get, as you know, 2 more inflation readings, 2 more labor market readings, some data on economic activity, and so we'll be taking, and also the broader situation, the broader financial conditions situation, and the broader world situation. We'll be looking at all those things as we make a decision in December. We haven't made that decision. I would say, though, that the idea that the idea that you would be difficult to raise again after stopping for a meeting or two is just not right. I mean, the committee will always do what it thinks is appropriate at the time. And again, we haven't made any decisions at all about December. We didn't talk about making a decision in December today. Really, it was a decision for this meeting and understanding broader things.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, did the Fed staff put a recession back into the baseline forecast in the materials for today's meeting? And how much does this tightening in financial conditions substitute for rate hikes if the tightening is persistent? You had said it was worth maybe a quarter point when we had the bank failures in the spring. What is it here on something that's presumably more straightforward and more familiar to simulate?
So I guess I don't want to answer your question about the recession, but the answer is no. I think I have to answer it since we did publicly say in the minutes. You'll know anyway in the minutes. The staff did not put a recession back in. I mean, it would be hard to see how you would do that if you look at the activity we've seen recently, which is not really indicative of a recession in the near term. In terms of how to think about translation into rate hikes, I think it's just too early to be doing that. And the main reason is we just don't know how persistent this will be. You can see how volatile it is. Different kinds of news will affect the level of rates. I think any kind of an estimate that was, precise would hang out there and have a great chance of looking wrong very quickly. So I think what we can say is that financial conditions have clearly tightened, and you can see that in the rates that consumers and households and businesses are paying now. And over time, that will have an effect. We just don't know how persistent it's going to be, and it's tough to try to translate that in a way that I'd be comfortable communicating into how many rate hikes that is.
If I could follow up, I guess what makes you confident that tighter financial conditions will slow above trend growth when 500 basis points of rate hikes, QT, and a minor banking crisis have not thus far?
Well, the way our policy works is, and sometimes it works with lags, of course, which can be long and variable. But ultimately, if you raise raise interest rates, you do see those effects, and you see those effects in the economy now. You see what's happening in the housing market. You're seeing that now. You'll see if you look at surveys of people, it's not a good time, they think, to buy durable goods of various kinds because rates are so high now. I mentioned again, we're getting reports from housing that the effects of this could be quite significant. But you're right. This has been a resilient economy, and it's, I think, been surprising in its resilience. And there are a number of possible reasons why that may be. Our job is to achieve maximum employment and price stability, and so we take the economy as it comes. It has been resilient, so we take it as it is.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. In terms of the thresholds that you've laid out of what could warrant further tightening, the additional evidence of persistently above trend growth or some kind of reversal in the recent easing of labor market tightness, that seems to suggest something more powerful than just one more quarter point rate hike would be necessary. And I'm just curious if that's how the committee sees it.
So we've identified those factors. Those are not meant to be the only factors or a specific test that we're going to be applying with some metrics behind it. Really, we're going to be looking at the broader picture. And what's happening with our progress toward the 2% inflation goal. Is the labor market continuing to broadly cool off and achieve a better balance? We'll be looking at that. Growth, we look at growth insofar as it has implications for our two mandate goals. We look at that. And we look at broader financial conditions. So we'll be looking at all of those things as we reach a judgment, whether we need to further tighten policy. And if we do reach that judgment, then we will further tighten policy.
Okay. And just in terms of the tightening of financial conditions, if that is having some kind of offsetting effect in terms of the need to potentially, again, raise rates, what then is the potential impact on the trajectory of rate cuts? Could we see those maybe pulled forward or have to see more than what the September SEP indicated?
So the fact is the committee is not thinking about rate cuts right now at all. We're not talking about rate cuts. We're still very focused on the first question, which is have we achieved a stance of monetary policy that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time, sustainably? That is the question we're focusing on. The next question, as you know, will be for how long will we remain restrictive? Will policy remain restrictive? And what we said there is that we'll keep policy restrictive until we're confident that inflation is on a sustainable path down to 2%. That'll be the next question. But honestly, right now, we're really tightly focused on the first question. The question of rates cuts just doesn't come up because I think it's so important to get that first question, as close to right as you can.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, I guess I had assumed that there was a tightening bias in the committee. You say in the statement you're looking to assess the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the extent to which you may need to hike additionally. You didn't say earlier that you were sufficiently restrictive. There were forecasts for 2 rate hikes among most members of the committee. But then you just said that, we haven't made a determination. Would you say the bias right now is neutral, that there is no disposition to hike again, and that the committee largely has moved off of this forecast for 2 hikes? Or sorry, 1 additional hike.
I think you're talking about 1 additional.
Yeah,
no, I wouldn't say that at all. I would say, the language, looking at it here, in determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation 2% over time, that's the question we're asking.
So is it right to think of that as a hiking bias is still in the committee here?
We haven't used that term, but it's fair to say that's the question we're asking is, should we hike more? It's not, and that is the question. And you're right that in September we wrote down 1 additional rate hike, but, we'll write down another forecast, as you know, in December.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Since the last meeting, the auto workers' strike has finished. Oil prices have leveled off. And yet, on the other hand, you have the outbreak of war between Israel and Hamas. How do you see all those factors taken together affecting the economy going forward? How are you thinking about those?
So there are significant issues out there. As you point out, global geopolitical tensions are certainly elevated. And that goes for the war in Ukraine. It goes for the war between Israel and Hamas. We're monitoring that. Our job is to monitor those things for their economic implications. So the UAW strike, as you point out, appears to be coming to an end. Oil prices have flattened out. They haven't gone down, but I guess they've gone down a little bit from their earlier peak. Another one is the possibility of government shutdown. We don't know about that one. So there's plenty of risk out there. But I would go back to the bigger picture from our standpoint is we've got a very strong economy, strong labor market, making progress on the labor market, making progress on inflation, and we're very focused on getting confident that we have achieved a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive. That's really our focus.
Great. And just one quick thing. You last month had gone to York, Pennsylvania, where you talked to a lot of, last month, where you talked to a lot of small business owners. Just curious, what sentiments did you hear from them, or what did you picked up on, and was there anything that surprised you the most in terms of what they talked about?
I wouldn't say I was terribly surprised. I was very impressed by York as a town with a real strategy, and I would say it's very impressive what the people there have put together in the face of some difficult longer run trends about offshoring of manufacturing and that kind of thing. They've done a great job as a city, I think. What you hear is consistent there, which is people are really suffering under high inflation. You were there. We talked to some people who, were feeling that in their businesses, and other people who were feeling it in their home lives as well. It's painful for people, particularly people who don't have a lot of extra financial resources, who are spending most of their income on the essentials of life. So we know that wasn't new, but that did come through very clearly in the conversations we had in New York. And I walked away from that even, just thinking that we really the best thing we can do for the U.S. is to restore price stability. Fully restore price stability and not fail in that task, and do it as quickly as possible, but also with the least damage we can.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. You've spoken before about the pain that would likely be coming for the economy in order to get inflation down, but since the economy has not responded to rate hikes in ways that would normally be expected, have you changed your views on that at all, on how necessary or inevitable that kind of pain would be, say, for the labor market or overall growth?
Well, I think everyone has been very gratified to see that we've been able to achieve, pretty significant progress on inflation without seeing the kind of increase in unemployment that has been very typical of rate hiking cycles like this one. So that's a historically unusual and very welcome result. And the same is true of growth. We've been saying that we need to see below potential growth, and growth has been strong, but yet we're still seeing this. I still believe, and my colleagues, for the most part, I think still believe, that it is likely to be true. It is still likely to be true, not a certainty, but likely, that we will need to see some slower growth and some softening in the labor market conditions to get to fully restore price stability. So, but it's only a good thing that we haven't seen, and I think we know why. Since we lifted off, we have understood that there are really two processes at work here. One of which is the unwinding of the distortions to both supply and demand from the pandemic and the response to the pandemic, and the other is restrictive monetary policy, which is moderating demand and giving the supply side time to recover, time and space to recover. So you see those two forces now working together to bring down inflation. But it's that first one can bring down inflation without the need for higher unemployment or slower growth. It's supply side improvements like shortages and bottlenecks and that kind of thing going away. It's getting a significant increase in the size of the labor market now, both from labor force participation and from immigration. That's a big supply side, gain that is really helping the economy. And it's part of why GDP is so high, is because we're getting that supply. So we welcome that. But I think those things will run their course, and we're probably still going to be left, we think, and I think, we'll still be left with some ground to cover to get back to full price stability. And that's where monetary policy and what we do with demand is still going to be important.
against that backdrop, if you've gotten any clarity on lags, if you have an economy that's been so resilient to high rate increases, does that suggest to you that there isn't necessarily this huge wave of tightening that's still coming through the pipeline and that it may have already come into effect?
You know, I continue to think it's very hard to say. So it's been 1 year at this meeting. 1 year ago, this was the fourth of our 75 basis points hikes. So that's a full year since then. I think we are seeing the effects of all the hiking we did last year, and this year we're seeing it. It's very hard
They
to know
thought you
exactly
died.
what that might be. But you can, for example, an example of where you wouldn't have felt this yet is debt that had been termed out. But it's going to come due and have to get rolled over next year or the year after. So, and there are little things like that where the effects are just taking time to get into the economy. So I don't, I think we have to make monetary policy under great uncertainty about how long the lags are. I think trying to make a clear,
It could mean both, Mike. I also sent a Twitter link in chat if you want to check that out, but it was cool because it kind of breaks down the different things that we need to worry about, which I'll bring it up on stream in here in a second.
Monetary policy, time to get into the economy, and it takes time. We know that, and you can't rush it. So, slowing down is giving us, I think, a better sense of how much more we need to do if we need to do more.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm trying to connect the dots here. One quick clarification I want to ask about Rachel's question is, you said you need slower growth. You had always said before a period of lower than trend growth. Has that changed? And two, it sounds to me like you're basically saying here that the kind of the dot plots out the window, that every meeting is live with the possibility of a rate increase for right now. It doesn't matter about the turn of the year, and that there's not an objective way to determine whether or not you've got enough tightening in the system. It's just going to be a subjective judgment meeting by meeting.
Well, so let's talk about the dot plot first. So the dot plot is a picture in time of what the people in the committee thinks is likely to be appropriate monetary policy in light of their own personal economic forecast. In principle, when things change, that's not like a plan that anybody's agreed to or that we will do. That's a forecast that would change, for example. I mean, many things could change that would cause people to say, I wouldn't write down that dot, 6 weeks later. Think of the number of things that could change your mind on that. So I think the efficacy of the dot plot probably decays over the 3-month period between that meeting and the next meeting. But nonetheless, it's out there, and we do personally update our forecast, but we don't formally update the dot plot. So, I think we try to be as transparent as we can about the way we're thinking about these things. We're laying out there our thinking, and as we approach the meeting, we'll all be, my colleagues and I will be talking about how we're processing that data. In terms of, we're not.
Hell yeah, Timmy.
In terms of growth,
Timmy.
What I said was below potential. So
Timmy said he's up 160%.
Here recently is
he just has a runner now.
That is
what a legend.
Temporarily, potential growth is elevated for a year or two right
Him
now
legend.
over its trend level. So the right way to think about it is what's potential growth this year. People think trend growth over a long period of time is a little bit less than 2%, or I would say just around 2%. But what we've had is with the improvement in the size of the labor force, as I mentioned, through both participation and immigration, and with the better functioning in the labor market, and with the unwinding of the supply chain and shortages and those kinds of things, you're seeing actually elevated potential growth. There's catch-up growth that can happen in potential. And that means that if you could be growing at 2% this year and still be growing below the increase in the potential output of the economy. I hope that's clear. That's really what's going on. That's why I would say it as below potential.
But if you could clarify what I asked about meeting by meeting, are we essentially now supposed to assume that it's a meeting by meeting, live meeting with a chance of a rate increase that will be decided on subjective criteria rather than objective at each meeting?
I don't know that I want to just accept anybody's characterization of it. I'll tell you how we're doing this. So we're going meeting by meeting. We're asking ourselves whether we've achieved a stance of policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. That's the question we're asking. We're looking at the full range of economic data, including financial conditions and all of those things that we look at. And then we've come very far with this rate hiking cycle, very far. And you saw the spread at the September meeting of, it's a relatively small spread of people think one or two additional hikes. So you're close to the end of the cycle. That was an impression a belief as of September. It's not a promise or a plan of the future. And so we're going into these meetings one by one. We're looking at the data. As I mentioned, we're also, we're being careful. We're proceeding carefully because we can proceed carefully at this time. Monetary policy is restrictive. We see its effects, particularly in interest-sensitive spending and other channels. So that's how I think about it.
Thanks. Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. In light of the run-up in long-term yields we've seen the last several weeks, have you given any consideration to the pace of your asset runoff program? And if there were a judgment that the higher term premium was endangering the dual mandate goals, would that be a reason to think about slowing or suspending QT, or should we think of that as more of a technical question around reserves?
So committee is not considering changing the pace of balance sheet runoff. It's not something we're talking about or considering. And I know there are many candidate explanations for why rates have been going up, and QT is certainly on that list. It may be playing a relatively small effect, although I would say at $3.3 trillion in reserves, it's not. I think it's hard to make a case that reserves are even close to scarce at this point. So that's not something that we're looking at right now.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask about the Basel III endgame capital proposal. You've gotten a lot of pushback from people on different aspects of the proposal, and you yourself expressed some reservations. And I'm just curious, could you accept finalizing that proposal without significant changes?
So that proposal is out for comment, and we expect a lot of comment. We won't get those comments until the end of, until well into next year. We've extended the deadline. And we'll take them seriously. We'll read them. I'll say what I do expect is that we will come to we're a consensus-driven organization. We'll come to a package that has broad support on the board.
So does broad support mean more support than the proposal had?
It means broad support.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. So in addition to persistence, when you look at long-term Treasury yields, what else are you watching to evaluate how those tighter financial conditions are hitting the economy, and if it will lessen the need for further tightening? Also, do you think that those higher yields could affect banking stress?
So what do we look at? We look at a very wide range of financial conditions. And in fact, as you'll know, different organizations publish different financial conditions indexes, which can have 7 or 8 variables, or they can have 100 variables. So there's a very rich environment, and we tend to look at a few of them. I'm not going to give you the names, but there are a few of the common ones that people look at, and so they're looking at things like the level of the dollar, the level of equity prices, the level of rates, the credit spreads. Sometimes they're pulling in credit availability and things like that. So it isn't any one thing. We would never look at, for example, long-term Treasury rates in isolation, nor will we ignore them. But we would look at them as part of a broader picture, and they do play a role, of course, in many of the major standard financial condition indexes. Your second question was banking stress. So it's something we're watching. As you know, we did have, there were issues with interest rate risk and also, funding uninsured deposits in the March, the things we went through in March and thereafter. And so we've been working a lot with financial institutions to make sure that they have good funding plans and and that they have a plan for how to deal with the kind of portfolio unrealized losses that they have. We do think the banking system is quite resilient. We had a handful of bank failures, but so that's what we're out there doing, and we don't have any reason to think that these rate hikes are materially changing that picture, which is one of a strong banking system and one where there's a strong focus by banks and by supervisors on liquidity, on funding, and those sorts of things.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Scott Horsley from NPR. Last week, you and your colleagues put forward a proposal to lower the cap on debit card swipe fees for comment. Could you just talk a little about the considerations there, what it would mean for merchants, for banks, for consumers, and also just what y'all are seeing in terms of the use of both debit and credit cards in the payment system?
You know, so you're right. We put a proposal out for comment is what we did. And, you know, this is a job that Congress assigned us, as you of course know, in Dodd-Frank, and all we can really do is faithfully implement the statute. That's all we're trying to do. What else can we really do? It's a 90-day comment period. We typically don't comment on these things once they're out for comment, and we do hope that stakeholders, and we know that they will use this opportunity to express their views. They haven't been shy about that. So that's critical, and that's what I can say about that now.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So over the last 3 months, the year-over-year PCE inflation was at 3.4%, core well over 3%. You've said in the past 2% remains the Federal Reserve target, but with no rate increase today, how long would you be okay then with a 3% or 3% plus overall inflation?
You know, the progress is probably going to come in lumps and be bumpy, but we're making progress. You know, I think the core PCE came down by almost 60 basis points in the third quarter. So if you, the best thing I could point to you to would be the September SEP, where you know, the expectation was that inflation by the end of next year on a 12-month trailing basis would be well into the twos, and the year after that further into the twos. So that's if you look historically, that's sort of consistent with the way inflation comes down. It does take some time, and as you get as you get further and further from those highs, it may actually take longer time. But the good news is we're making progress, and monetary policy is restrictive, and we feel like we're on a path to make more progress, and it's essential that we do.
Well, you said in the past that doing too little on interest rates could take years to fix, but the cost of doing too much could be easily fixed. How robust was the debate about this pause on the doing too little side?
That's always the question we're asking ourselves, and we know that if we fail to restore price stability, the risk is that expectations of higher inflation get entrenched in the economy, and we know that that's really bad for people. Inflation will be both higher and more volatile. That's a prescription for misery, and so we're really committed to not letting that happen. You know, for the first year or so of our tightening cycle, the risk was all on the side of not doing enough. We've come far enough that the risks have gotten more two-sided. You can't identify that with a lot of precision, but it does feel like the risks are more two-sided now. But we're committed to getting inflation back down to our target over time, and we will.
Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. Quick follow-up to the question about banking stresses. You talked about how the banking system is resilient. Of course, part of the resilience of the past year stems from the Bank Term Funding Program that you launched in March. Given that bond prices have not recovered, that unrealized losses are probably mounting, how likely is it that you might have to extend that program in March next year?
Good question. We haven't really been thinking about that yet. It's November 1, and that's a decision we'll be making in the first quarter of next year.
Okay. Sorry, quick separate question about inflation expectations. The Michigan Sentiment Survey showed a big jump in one-year ahead inflation expectations last month from 3.2 to 4.2. Last year, you said that particular survey was a really decisive factor in one of your rate hike decisions. If it stays elevated next time around, how big of an input will that be into your December thinking?
Yeah, we look at a range of things. I think the thing got blown out of proportion a little bit. It was actually a preliminary estimate that got revised away, and I said it was preliminary but that didn't get picked up. So we look at many things, and so really look across the broad array of surveys and also market-based estimates, and and we do that really carefully at every meeting and between meetings. And, it's just clear that inflation expectations are in a good place. The public does believe that inflation will get back down to 2% over time, and it will. They're right. So, and there's no real crack in that armor. You can always find one reading that is a little bit out of whack, but honestly, the bulk of them are just very clear that the public believes that inflation will come down, and that's, of course, we believe that's critical in winning the battle.
Hi, Chair Powell. Megan Casella with Barron's. Thanks for taking our questions. I wanted to see if you could talk about the neutral rate. You mentioned today that you're still debating whether rates are sufficiently restrictive, and you've recently said that evidence is suggesting policy is not too tight right now. So I was curious if you could elaborate on that at all and whether that means the neutral rate, in your view, has risen.
Yeah. So first thing to say is that it's very important. It's a very important variable in the way we think about monetary policy, but you can't identify it with any precision in real time, and we know that. So you have to just take that. You have to take your estimate of it with a grain of salt. What we know now is, within a range of estimates of the neutral rate, policy is restrictive, and it's therefore putting downward pressure on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. So we do talk about this. There's not any debate or attempt to sort of agree as a group on whether R-star has moved or not. Some people think it has. Some people haven't said that don't think it has. Ultimately, it's unknowable, and so really, again, what we're focused on is looking at the data and giving ourselves a little more time now to look carefully at the data by being careful in our moves. Does it feel like monetary policy is restrictive enough to bring inflation down to 2% over time? That's the question we're asking ourselves. I think years from now, economists will be revising their estimates of R-star as it existed on November 1, 2023. We can't really wait for that in making policy. We have to we have to have those models and look at them and think about them, but ultimately we've got to look at the effects that policy is having, accounting for the lags, which makes it difficult.
If I could follow up on a wages point earlier, you talked about the inflation outlook, but I'm curious if you have any concerns whether wage inflation at its current level could risk pushing up overall inflation or reacceleration.
So if you look at the broad range of wages, they have wage increases have really come down significantly over the course of the last 18 months to a level where they're substantially closer to that level that would be consistent with 2% inflation over time, making standard assumptions about productivity over time. So it's much closer than it was. And that's true of the ECI, which is the one that we got this week. It's true of average hourly earnings and compensation per hour too. So, and all of them are kind of saying that, which is great. And you have to look at a group of them because any one of them can be idiosyncratic in any given reading. So that's what you see. And so what you saw with the ECI reading was, if you look back, it comes out 4 times a year. If you look back a couple of quarters, you'll see it was much higher, and then it came down substantially in June. And then the September reading was more or less at the same level as the June reading. So in a way, it's just validating that decline. And it was very close to our expectations internally, too. So I think we feel good about that. Also, I would say it isn't, in my thinking, it's not the case that wages have been the principal driver of inflation.
In fact, I actually posted about it.
I do think it's fair to say that as we go forward, as monetary policy becomes more important relative to the supply side issues I talked about and the unwinding of the pandemic effects, it may be that the labor market becomes more important over time too.
Hi, Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Chair Powell, are you now as concerned about overshooting and raising interest rates too much as you are about getting inflation down to the 2% target?
So as I mentioned, I think for much of the last year and a half, the concern was not doing too much, not doing enough. It was not getting rates high enough in time to avoid having inflation expectations, higher inflation expectations, become entrenched. So that was the concern. I think we've reached now more than 18 months into this. You can see by the fact that we have slowed down, although that we're still trying to gain confidence in what the appropriate stance is. But you can see that we think, and I think, that the risks are getting more balanced. I'll just say that they're getting more balanced. The risk of doing too much versus the risk of doing too little are getting more closer to balance, because policy is I think clearly restrictive at 5.25% to 5.5%. That range, if you take off a mainstream estimate of the expected inflation, take 1-year inflation, you're going to see a real policy rate that is well above mainstream estimates of a neutral policy rate. Now that's arithmetic. It doesn't really. What the proof is really in how the economy reacts. But I would say that we're in a place where those risks are getting closer to being in balance.
And you said the proof is how the economy reacts. What are you looking at to be sure you're not overshooting?
Well, I think what we're looking at is, is inflation still broadly cooling? Is it sort of validating the path we saw over the summer, where inflation was clearly cooling and coming down? Now, we've seen periods like that before, and there hasn't been follow-through. The data have bounced back. So what are we seeing? Are we seeing, is inflation still coming down? So that's the first thing. Second thing is, in the labor market, what we've seen is a very positive rebalancing of supply and demand, partly through just much more supply coming online, and with labor demand still clearly remaining very strong. When you have the kind of job growth we've had over the last quarter, it's still very strong demand. So, and you see wage increases coming down, as we discussed, but coming down, in a kind of gradual way. I think we want to see that whole set of processes continue.
Brian Mena, CNN. Do you think that has been any structural change in either consumption or in the job market that's pushing up consumption? You obviously saw the third quarter GDP figures, which were strong, and some economists have expected revenge spending to have fizzled out by now. So I'm kind of wondering if there's been any structural change in consumption.
I wouldn't say there's been a structural change in consumption. I would say it's certainly been strong. And so a couple of things. We may have underestimated the balance sheet strength of households and small businesses, and that may be part of it. There may be, we've been, like everyone else, trying to estimate the amount of savings that households have from the pandemic when they couldn't spend on services really at all, or in-person services. And, there can still be more of that than we think, although at a certain point we're going to be getting back to pre-pandemic levels of savings. We may not be there yet. So clearly people are still spending. The dynamic has been really strong job creation, with now wages that are higher than inflation in the aggregate anyway. And that raises real disposable income, and that raises spending, which continues to drive more hiring. And so you've had that whole dynamic has been, and also at the same time, the pandemic effects are wearing off, so that goods availability, automobile availability is better, or was better. I think it still is. And from a business standpoint, there are more people to hire, and there's more labor supply. So the whole thing has led to more growth, more spending, and it's been good. And the thing is, we've been achieving progress on inflation in the middle of this. So it's been a dynamic. The question is, how long can that continue? And I just think the existence of this second set of factors at this time, which is the unwinding of the pandemic effects, that's what makes this cycle unique, I think. And we're still learning. That took longer for that process to begin than we thought, and we're still learning about how it plays out. That's all we can do.
Powell. Daniel Avis from Agence France Presse. Just a quick question following up on an earlier one. With regards to the Israel-Hamas conflict, the Fed's financial stability report said the Israel-Hamas conflict and the conflict in Ukraine pose important risks to global economic activity, including the possibility of sustained disruptions to regional trade in food, energy, and other commodities. We've had organizations like the World Bank warning of a possible surge in oil prices if the war spreads to other countries in the region. I'm just wondering how the Fed is monitoring these developments in the Middle East. You mentioned they are, and just what the potential economic impact could be if the conflict does spread to other countries in the region. Thank you.
I wouldn't want to speculate too much, but I'll just say so.
What's y'all's favorite type of chocolate? Milk chocolate, dark chocolate, white chocolate, some random type of chocolate that I've never heard of.
The price of oil has really not reacted very much so far to this. As the Fed, as the Federal Open Market Committee, our job is really to understand the economy and the economic effects. And it isn't clear at this point that the conflict in the Middle East is on track to have significant economic effects. That doesn't mean it isn't incredibly important and something for people to, to take really important notice of. But it may or may not turn out to be something that matters for the Federal Open Market Committee as an economic body. But what the Financial Stability Report does is it calls out risks, and that's what it's doing, is calling out a risk of that. And the war in Ukraine, the same. The war in Ukraine did have immediately very significant macroeconomic implications because of the connection to commodities. So, thank you. Thanks very much.
There's a dark sweet person in here, or a dark chocolate person. You might be linked to a serial killer. No, I'm just messing with you. I was just seeing what everyone's favorite was. I could probably eat any type of chocolate, but I think I'd prefer milk chocolate. Alright, that's finally over, right? We're done. I like how they shout out all their stuff at the end. Oh, my bad, guys. It's kind of quiet in here, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Just kidding. I won't make it psychotic in here. I was like, why are people leaving? Oh, that's right. I'm making them listen to silence. Why is it showing so much? Oh, I guess I did set that. Yeah, we got a lot to clean up on SPX. Oh, it's cleaned. This will be the next big thing tomorrow. Apple earnings. Oh, make sure to go vote in the polls section. D-Touch just put the polls up. Go let everyone know how you did. On the polls channel in the Discord. It's just cool to see what everyone did. Oh, it started like that because that's how this preset is. Hold up, let's save this preset. We'll just zoom on SPY. Save grid as yes. All right, now we're good. Damn, only 34 minutes left in the day. I forgot. Kind of didn't realize how much time I was actually taking for all that to finish. I was just chilling here, looking at it all. Alright, let's go back to... we can check AMD. Oh my god. Oh my god. They said, we're not just gonna pop over 100, you see. We want to see just under 110 today. We want to see an almost 10% day on AMD. That's wild. That doesn't just happen all the time. AMD is wild. What's up? Where are my levels? Oh. I must have cleaned this chart recently. Honestly, I don't like any levels on the bigger time frames, only on the daily, just because the weekly and monthly don't have enough info. It's just drops, consolidation, drop, consolidation, drop, consolidation. So what we're gonna do is cheat. Got the demand on the daily. There's some demand here. Resistance, but I'm not gonna draw it as a supply. We're gonna do that here. Another supply here. And that's it. And then honestly, probably draw some short-term info, like right here, would be pretty smart. Not necessarily drawing it like demand, but you could say demand's at 73 and 69. You could cheat and just draw that recent low and that low. Whoops. This is a hard chart to look at, I'm not gonna lie. This is a chart you need to draw fibs on. Whoops, wrong one. So we'll go from the recent low to the recent high. And that's it, we'll keep it plain and simple. And yeah, we can see the amount of consolidation here, so definitely should be looking for buyer candles here. I keep looking for my damn toolbar. Let's just add it back. Here we go. What was I gonna say? So we had an inside bar, sorry. Inside bar. This candle here. Then they traded up. And now going into earnings, they're holding an indecisive candle over. So it's like kind of 50-50 because you're under the resistance still. But this is looking pretty good. Short-term confirmation. Kind of sucks as earnings right here. Besides that, though, it looks really good. Yeah, and we still have earnings, yeah. Today, if you want to see the earnings for today, Savvy Trader, earnings. Today, you have QCOM, Mondelez, I never say that name right, so you can roast me if you want. Airbnb, you also have Melly, Merck, and PayPal. Or not Merck, sorry, this is McKesson, not my bad, I was thinking MRK, not MCK. Aflac, MetLife, Energy Transfer. That's an interesting one. Yeah, guys, be sure to drop a like on the stream if you've been here all day. We are 6 hours in with 29 minutes left on the market. Mondelez. Yeah, see, I'm just not it, Mike. Roku has earnings as well. Damn, Roku got kind of skimmed then on that sheet. Why didn't I see them? No, I think you're right, though. I saw that, too. Yeah, what the hell? Hold up. Hold up. Somebody about to get fired, but what it is. Earnings. Where's Roku? Anybody want to point Roku out to me? Aftermarket on November 1st. Damn, man. Trippin'. Huh. I will be damned. Yo, honestly though, Roku looking kind of good. That's a bullish man, like, I hate that all these charts with earnings are looking so good. It's a bullish kicker, and then you have, like, an inside candle. Like, this has any kind of close over this high, and this thing's pumping. They put it in the perfect spot. Damn, Jay, you're on it. You're on it today, man. What's up with you? What kind of routines you go through today? I need to be on that routine. Who's over here remembering mergers from like years ago and all kinds of shit now? Damn. I need to be like Jay. What kind of water do you drink? I know he doesn't drink Dasani. That couldn't be Dasani strength. Dasani will only weaken you. If there's one water brand I'm against, guys, it's Dasani. You should never drink that swamp water. Leave the land. Icelandic water. The most filtered water ever. Naturally filtered from the ice glades. That's pretty good. When I do that podcast, Jay, you gotta have an episode, right? I have to bring you on. I need to have like a list of questions for each person I bring on. It'll be like serious questions mixed in with like BS questions. I need to get a really funny list going. Interesting questions, random questions that don't matter. You know, stuff like that. Oh, no, yeah, no, every episode will be different. Like, I'll have an episode just for Devin. Devin will have his own episode. You'll have your own episode. If I bring Mike on, it'll be his own episode. If I bring on Papa Pal, it'll be his own episode. Dude, if he ever retires, that's the first person I'm going for. Ask him all kinds of dumb things. Nothing that actually, like, matters. Just to get some funny facts about Pal out on the internet. But yeah, that'd be cool though. I just need to get a list of questions going and then set it up, and then we'll probably do the podcast on here or Spotify. I don't really know what's the best podcast platform. I don't even know what it is. Let's see. It's gonna say Spotify, but I meant from like a creator point of view. Yep, it says Spotify everywhere. Google Podcast. Yeah, okay. Yeah, everybody's streaming on Google Podcast. Reddit is above Google Podcast. That is sad. Damn, maybe it is Spotify that we have to do it on. Damn, a Bueller buys Spotify? Who would have thought? If you would have said I was thinking about that a couple years ago, I would say, nah, you're tripping. Yeah, that'd be cool. But yeah, I want to do it for like members, leaders, moderators, anybody from the chat, people that are not from the chat, you know, outside of that. It'd be cool to just do all kinds of people. Do some interviews and stuff. Just some good dialogue. That's about it. Plus, that one would probably not even, like, feel like work, because that one would be kind of fun. I'd probably have a lot of fun doing that one. Just asking people questions and poking them. Because normally the focus is on me, but now I could turn it around, and it's on them. More merch. Yeah, everybody keeps asking for more merch, but it's a pain in the ass to do merch. I'm not even joking. You have to have your own guy. And I kind of do, kind of don't. Just haven't really reached out. But I don't know. Merch is expensive. Because then you, like, charge for it. So you're like, guys, you have to pay this much for this. It's like, no, like, I'm not really making anything off that. That's just how expensive shit is. Do I have merch out? We had merch. It was, like, shirts and stuff. Shirts and stickers. But everybody's been asking for, like, jackets and hats and socks and stuff. So we'll let you guys know if that ever happens. I would not mind a jacket, though. A BB hoodie. We don't have to do, like, the logo. We could do, like, I don't know, we could do whatever. We could do whatever image. It doesn't, I guess, have to technically be a Bueller Buys logo. Because that's kind of something everyone does, so it's kind of like, eh. It's not really that original. It'd be kind of cool to do like an image, and then you could put the logo or something inside of it. Like do like a custom PAL image or whatever, you know, something along those lines. Yeah, tell him to send the link, Mike. Send the link. I just need somebody that's like decent, you know? If he's decent, I'm down. Jack like asked that in turn, but like right after Mike said he knows somebody. That's funny. Yeah, honestly, it'd be cool if I had anybody who's good with Photoshop too. That'd be cool. If anybody here's good with Photoshop, like to the extent of being able to make images for like thumbnails. That's about it. Oh, that's right. We don't need the flexible grid anymore. We got that new. I just have to adjust it a little bit here and there. I like the new chart setup. If you know where that's from, by the way, you're a legend. new. That 15-minute. Yeah, I'm probably gonna switch this one out. Honestly, I'll probably switch this one back and forth. Like, I'll maintain it, but I would like this one to be the 15 and 30-minute chart. Because I like the 30-minute and the 15-minute. They're both clean and slow, and they're powerful. Like, when you see a candle and you're like, oh, okay, wow, that's a nice hammer. It's not just like seeing a 1-minute hammer. No, a 30-minute hammer, that's crazy. That means it was a legit reversal over the course of 30 minutes. Last 18 minutes of the day, everybody. 17 and a half minutes, really. And I guess we'll have to see if this move holds overnight or not. Not necessarily in the open market session like we're seeing now, because it's not really wanting to pump a whole lot more, but at the same time, not really wanting to lose a lot of its gains yet. So I guess overnight and tomorrow morning, we'll see who's wanting to hold. You might also see a little bit of hesitancy in the tech sector, waiting on Apple tomorrow. Again, Apple being the most important stock in the stock market. So that'll be very, very crucial. And if a big move happens with Apple, we will most likely see that with the open market, or with the overall market, like SPY, Triple Q, and all that. But that's not today. That's tomorrow after hours. So I don't know. We'll see. But I'm interested to see if there's any hesitancy in the tech sector tomorrow, like on Microsoft, Nvidia maybe. But semiconductors are kind of crazy lately, so they might just keep doing whatever they want. Let's see how the sectors performed. So tech opening and holding above their previous day highs. Very nice sign. Good little higher low. Ended up holding over the, what is this, 165.12. They also held it over here multiple times during the event. So tech sector held a very nice area. Looks like healthcare also stayed in line. Banks also helped out a little bit today. Discretionary doing really hot, but it took them all day to range trade. Look at that. That's massive. See, some of these charts at least moved up to the resistance, slowed down, pulled back, then moved back up again. Discretionary literally just range traded all day today. And I think, and this is kind of what I was talking about earlier this morning, it's because you had Amazon moving up, and then in the early morning you had Tesla moving down. So it was like a perfect counterbalance. Again, if you go to the XLY sector, hit Analyze on TOS, hit Fundamentals, you'll see here Amazon is 24% of XLY, TSLA, sorry, is almost 17% of the XLY sector. So they're pretty close in weight, but that probably played into the fact on one of them was dropping, one of them was rising, so it's probably just keeping them, you know, in range. And the other weights, of course, probably played into that. But for the most part, those were the two that were doing it. But I thought that was interesting. See you later, Timmy. Hope you'll have a good day. See you later, Timmy. Hope you feel better, man. Oh yeah, fun day at Target. I forgot that. I get to leave my house. Like, out of context, that sounded so funny. Have you guys noticed we've traded inside of that high of day candle for 3 candles in a row now? Or this is the 3rd candle? XLK up almost 2%. XLC up almost 1.5%. Alright guys, we're coming to the last 12 minutes of the stream and the market. How was everyone's day? Were you guys green? Were you red? Did you just sit cash? Hopefully the stream was decent enough. I know majority of people have already kind of left or started just getting off, which I don't blame them. But if you're still here, let us know how your day was. Didn't trade. Not a bad idea, to be honest. Nice quiet day for a drive. Not bad, not bad. Good green for the day. Nice, Bob. Kick-ass day. Did you trade in queue again, Bob, or did you do something different? Which, totally fine if you didn't. Just curious what you did. I see the triple Qs are up almost 2% today, so. And the pure blood tech sector is up 2%. Traded very little yesterday, scared me, but I am green today. I trade in Q myself. Nice, Oaktown. Very nice. Only one trade that was overnight. Nvidia call sat on hands today. Oh, I see what you're saying. I was like, what? So we got a few NQ traders in here. Nice. Yeah, I figured a few of you guys trade futures because, like, Devin trades it. A bunch of the, different guys in chat trade it. Sometimes people use, the system we like to use mixed in with different things that they like. So, it's pretty cool. Damn, he said, yes, sir, NQ, largest profit day I have had. Dude, that is crazy. Very kick-ass, Bob. That's pretty awesome, man. I'm very happy for you. Oaktown Poppy said, what do you do when you feel insecure? Well, honestly, I say this for pretty much any emotional reaction. You kind of need to, like, put yourself back to, like, a base point, if that makes sense. Like when you go climbing up a mountain, you don't just go straight to the top. Well, I mean, some of them you do, but like a very tall one, like Mount Everest, you don't just go straight to the top. You go to a part of the mountain, you get a little bit of a base camp going, right? Then you go up a little bit more, build another base camp, go up a little more, another base camp, then you go up and bam, you're at the top, right? But it wasn't just one big swoop move, one swift move to the top. And that's how your emotions need to be too. Like, if you're going to get into this, you can't just take a bunch of trades and then, let's say, like you said, feel insecure, and then go back to doing the normal stuff thinking that it's just going to be fixed. It's not going to be fixed. You need to go back over things. So whatever made you feel insecure, you need to, one, review what you did beforehand, track it better maybe. Maybe you need to track it better. Whatever you do, though, you need to build stability in whatever you're doing, your routine. And then two, I I was gonna say, honestly, maybe use less money. I don't know what amount of money you're using. You don't have to say it either, but use less. You know, using less is also nice. If you ever feel an emotional reaction in any way, shape, or form, that's a great way to think about it. Pull back from it, you know. Had 10 contracts and saw my life flash before my eyes, then saw Nirvana. Dear Lord, Bob. Kick ass, Bob. That is crazy. He saw two different realities all in a couple moments. Mike said zoom out, visualize, and mental trade the levels. 150k funded account. Jesus. Yeah, definitely just pull back more then if you feel insecure. I feel like every time people get an emotional reaction, it's not because of the amount of money. I'm not even attacking that. It's literally just a side effect of it, you know. So I feel like using less in most regards helps. Not even just because you're using a large amount or not a large amount. I just feel like using less, it just makes you focus on what you're actually doing over the fact of, oh, it's slowing down, or oh, it's bumping, or this or that. But let me know, Oaktown Poppy. Hopefully some of what I went over helped you out a little bit. Actually 4, but I almost blew up one yesterday. Jesus. Focus on the reasoning. That is always going to be very important. And then you can go back with size. You know, then you can feel more confident because you have a better understanding of what you're trying to do, or what you're trying to go for at least, you know. B, as always, thank you for the full day stream. Gotta go. Thank you, Daffy. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for the free AMD call out he gave earlier. He gave out a very nice call out on AMD very early on this morning. I've only been trading one contract today. Okay, perfect. So you kind of already were going that direction. I just feel like that's a logical response to any emotional reaction, and not even just the one you're talking about. You know, just anything. Hesitancy. You know, anything you could think of. I'm not even going to name them all. But just any emotion you could think of. I just pulling back more helps. You know, forming that base point. Like I talked about with the analogy with the mountain climbing. I feel like that's a really good kind of just way of putting it to yourself. See you later, Kim. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate you. Oaktown said, your stream stopped me from doing stupid shit. I'm glad I could be here. Hey, you stopped yourself, man. That's true power. It's very hard to do that. Regardless of what I may have said when you were doing whatever. By the way, new OG season. Oh yeah, November 3rd, I believe. I can't remember the date. NQ is not a product to trade insecure. Switch to SPY futures. NQ is quick money with create a dopamine. Will create a dopamine rush. SPY futures will let you hone your skill and help with the emotions. I actually have heard this from Devin. I believe he was telling me anytime he gets kind of too crazy with it on NASDAQ futures, he'll go back to SPY futures because it's not as hectic, I guess is how he put it. I have heard that before. So yeah, that's, I guess, no, you're not crazy. I like how you put that. Because that Devin has literally broken that down in here before, so no, you're in line. And no, you're good, Bob. I can't speak English correctly. I could read that perfectly fine. You've noticed that too? Yeah, there you go. Maybe you'll do that tomorrow. And maybe in a sense that's kind of your way of pulling back. You know, you don't have to change the amounts or anything, but it's really up to you. It's up to you. I mean, at the end of the day, no one can tell you what to do. It's up to you. See you later, Guardian Trader. Thank you again for hanging out all day with us. Have a great day. Alright, well, we can delete that. Delete that. Delete that. That will be differently titled. That will be there. Now, and tomorrow, this will be previous day low demand. So I'm naming it that now, but of course it's not previous day low yet. And then this one, we need to pull it down to right here to cover that candle. That candle's open, because that's from the high, that's where they reverse from. But probably going to see where it closes and then include the today's close with it. So we're going to include a bigger time frame level and whatever the today's close is. If it finishes higher, we'll just go down to this open, like I said. But we'll see here in a minute. Thank you, Sandollar, for being here. I appreciate you for being here all day. Have a good one, Oaktown. The SPY levels work perfect with NQ. I trade NQ based on SPY liquidity unless it's earnings for a heavy NQ weight. No problem, Mikey. Thank you for being here. We're about to end the stream. I'm just waiting for the market to close to see what I need to draw for my top zone here. And then I'm going to send it, of course, all around to chat. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you everybody for being here. We had over 400 views on the stream today. 80 likes. That's crazy. Thank you, David. Appreciated having you here as well. And market is closed. So yep, I'm gonna go from that bigger time frame level, and normally we would go to here because this is the open of the last green candle before the pullback. But I'm gonna include the previous day close, or it's today's close, but tomorrow it will be the previous day close, and then we're gonna label it previous day high. Almost drew a blank there for a second. Previous day high supply. There we go. Auto zoom, and we're good to go. So that's what the levels will look like for tomorrow. Pretty clean, spaced out, everything looked good. I like it. Everything's covered. But thank you guys again for the full day stream. I appreciate it. Make sure to drop a like. Make sure to share the channel around to your friends and any other communities that you guys are a part of. Of course, it's all public content, so feel free to share it. And yeah, thank you guys again. Feel free to join the Discord as well. A lot of action goes on in there during the day and outside of the market. So. But I'll see you guys later on. Thank you guys again. Appreciate everything. And I will see you guys again for tomorrow's stream.